I took away the villain's son. Dressed in elegant attire, he exuded an undeniable charm. His eyebrows and eyes radiated confidence and handsomeness. Yan Hao gazed at his reflection and noticed a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Me? The holy son of fluctuating light from the eternal Holy Land? If my memory serves me right, I must have traveled through time, seizing this body the moment the holy son of fluctuating light inherited the supreme immortal bone and lost consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Yang Hao sorted through the flood of memories belonging to the holy son of fluctuating light. Slowly, he began to comprehend the nature of the world he had entered. It was a vast and magnificent fantasy realm. Here, endless star fields stretched beyond imagination, their boundaries unknown. This world was inhabited by powerful beings capable of flying through the skies, traversing the earth, and unleashing forces that could incinerate mountains and boil oceans. It was a world brimming with immortal treasures, divine artifacts, and rare celestial materials. Currently, he was within the Eternal Holy Land, situated on Ziwei Star. The Eternal Holy Land, a force of unimaginable might, had endured for countless eons, suppressing all threats and surviving endless tribulations. As for the Holy Son of Fluctuating Light, who also bore the name Yang Hao, he was the seventh Holy Son of this sacred place. Though only the seventh Holy Son, this particular Holy Son of Fluctuating Light was uniquely cherished by the Eternal Holy Lord. Having fully absorbed the memories, Yang Hao exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the almost solid spiritual energy surging into his body. The sheer power should have been awe-inspiring, yet a strange unease crept over him. Everything seems perfect. Crossing into this world and inheriting the body of a holy son with immense backing should have been an unparalleled blessing. But something felt amiss. The original holy son of fluctuating light wasn't particularly gifted. At least, compared to the other holy sons from rival holy lands, his talent was mediocre at best. Yet, the Eternal Holy Lord personally transplanted a supreme immortal bone into his body, taking it from someone else. Yan Hao's expression darkened as he pieced it together. The original owner of the supreme immortal bone was still alive. The plot felt eerily familiar. The Holy Son of Fluctuating Light was engaged once. But he didn't care for his fiancée. He eventually annulled the engagement, and even humiliated her. She said something like 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. This storyline was oddly recognizable. There was also an old rival of his, a former domestic servant with incredible talent. Ruthless yet cunning, this rival rose rapidly after entering the Eternal Holy Land. But when they competed for the position of Holy Son, the rival was overpowered by fluctuating light and forced to flee to another Holy Land. Again, the plot felt strikingly familiar. Yan Hao rubbed his temples, his head beginning to ache. It turns out the Holy Son of Fluctuating Light, whose body I've taken over, was a born villain. Before time traveling, Yan Hao had been an avid reader of countless novels, intimately familiar with various tropes. Now, he realized the body he had inherited belonged to a radiant figure destined to serve as a stepping stone for others. What a pity! But so what if he's a villain? I have my own opportunities now. Since I've come to this world, Fluctuating Light, your story ends here. I will rewrite everything, forge a new path, and make others my stepping stones instead. Yan Hao chuckled, his confidence returning. Moments ago, as he absorbed the memories of the Holy Son of Fluctuating Light, a mechanical sound had rung incessantly in his ears. Confirm. Binding. Yang Hao calmly responded in his mind. Instantly, the voice transformed. Endless points system binding successful. Yang Hao. Realm, Dao Pattern Realm, 7th Heaven, 300/7000, plus. Talent, Supreme Immortal Bone, 1/10, 000, plus. Skills mastered. Chaos Immortal Sutra, Immortal Level, 22/10, 000, plus. Eternal Divine Light, Heaven Level, 23/000/100, 000, plus. Supreme Killing Sword, Heaven Level, 5, 400/100, 000, plus. Current points, 1,300. Recent point log. Earned 100 points for strange face. Earned 100 points for mumbling. Earned 100 points for mumbling. Earned 200 points for confidence and calmness. Yan Hao studied the panel in detail, digesting the flood of information. Suddenly, a new entry appeared in the point log. Earned 200 points for concentration. He was momentarily surprised but quickly grasped the system's purpose. The points can be used directly to enhance any attribute on the panel, Yang Hao mused. Just then, another entry popped up. Earned 500 points for aha. Despite having been bound to the system for only a short while, Yang Hao's points had already surged to nearly 3,000. Let's add them, he decided, his eyes gleaming. He allocated all 3,000 points to the column representing his realm. Instantly, the progress bar for the Tao Pattern Realm's 7th heaven leapt to 3,300 points, nearing the halfway mark. Warm energy coursed through Yang Hao's body. Spiritual energy from his surroundings rushed in, and his muscles and bones resonated with crisp, melodic sounds. His cultivation soared. Earned 3,000 points for Direct Point Addition. Earned 2,000 points for Cultivation Improvement. The changes didn't stop there. The points Yan Hao had just spent suddenly reappeared, now totaling 5,000. This? Yan Hao was stunned. He began to understand why the system was called Endless Points. No matter what I do, I gain points, he murmured. And these points can instantly enhance my attributes, like upgrading stats in a game. As long as I keep earning points, I can save time and rapidly increase my cultivation. Determined, Yan Hao focused on his goal. Add all points to the realm. With that command, the points vanished. His realm skyrocketed, advancing from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven of the Tao Pattern Realm. His blood surged, and his muscles and bones grew stronger. But then, the points regenerated again. Moments later, his cultivation rose another level. The 8th heaven of the Tao Pattern Realm became the 9th heaven. Qi and blood, bone refinement, marrow cleansing, Tao patterns, true body, magical power. In just moments, I've advanced so much, Yang Hao exclaimed. If I wanted, I could break through to the true body realm right now. But he stopped himself. If I break through now, the eternal divine light won't fully condense into a Tao pattern. Without the Tao pattern, the future benefits of this technique will be lost. In the Tao pattern realm, cultivators engrave Tao patterns into their bodies, shaping their future combat potential. Yan Hao, armed with the inherited memories of the Holy Son of Yaguang, understood the importance of laying a supreme foundation. Breaking through prematurely would leave him vulnerable, no matter how high his realm climbed. Invest all points into eternal divine light, he commanded. The points flooded into the technique, accelerating his mastery of the eternal divine light, a unique secret art of the eternal Holy Land. Once perfected, the eternal divine light will form a Tao pattern, Yang Hao thought. Normally, even with my supreme immortal bone, it would take at least 10 days to perfect this technique. But at this rate, it'll only take 3 days. He smirked, pleased. With the Tao pattern complete, breaking into the true body realm would be effortless. Just then, a serene voice echoed in his mind. Hao, have you finished the fusion? Come to the Immortal Ascension Tower. Yan Hao's expression shifted. There was only one person in the Eternal Holy Land who addressed him so intimately, the Holy Lord of the Eternal Holy Land. Earned 1,000 points for speed flight. Earned 1,000 points for speed flight. Earned 1,000 points for feeling uneasy. When the Holy Lord summoned him, Yan Hao naturally went there immediately. He felt a little uneasy. After all, he was not the real Holy Son, but came here by taking away his body. In the memory of Holy Son Yaoguang, the Holy Lord of every holy land is the ultimate supreme being in the world. He can pick the stars and the moon, burn mountains and boil the sea with a snap of his fingers. The Eternal Holy Lord is the most powerful person in all major holy places. If the Eternal Holy Lord sees the clues and finds out that the original Holy Son of Fluttering Light has been taken away by him, the consequences are self-evident. However, Yan Hao understood that he had to go on this trip. As the great supporter of Holy Sun Yaoguang, the Eternal Holy Lord could not miss him. With the system in his possession and all the memories of Holy Sun Yaoguang, Yan Hao was not without confidence. Dao Wenjing can already fly in the air, and the Yaoguang Immortal Peak where he is not far from the Dengxian Tower where the Eternal Holy Lord is. Not long after, Yan Hao landed outside a fairy pavilion in the sky. Looking directly at the Immortal Pavilion in front of him, Yan Hao knew that the owner of the Eternal Holy Land, the Eternal Holy Lord, was in this attic called Dengxian Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Yan Hao flew into the Immortal Pavilion. In the Immortal Pavilion, a silhouette stands calmly from behind, with a graceful figure. Ant! Yan Hao looked at the figure from behind, his eyes moved slightly, and he spoke in the same tone as usual. The figure slowly turned around, and what caught Yan Hao's eyes was a face that would make a country beautiful. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yan Hao's figure calmly, his gaze steady. Just when Yan Hao was slightly nervous, the fairy sound came again. Good. This supreme immortal bone is indeed worthy of its reputation. Just now it has been integrated. Hao, you have entered the realm of Tao patterns and reached perfection. But don't be greedy for success, now is not the time to break through to the Taoist realm. If you want to build a supreme foundation, the eternal Tao pattern is essential. These days you will stay in Dengxian Tower, and your aunt will personally guide you in your cultivation. The fairy voice is ethereal, but exceptionally soft, and the tone reveals satisfaction. The stunning beauty in front of him is the Holy Lord of the Eternal Holy Land, and the aunt of Holy Sun Yaoguang. Obviously, Yan Hao sees the body of Holy Sun Yaoguang. Even this truly powerful man didn't see the slightest clue. Yan Hao felt a little relieved, knowing that he had passed the test safely. Although the aunt of the Holy Sun of Yaoguang seemed kind in his eyes, but in Yaoguang, in the memory of the Holy Sun, he is an extremely domineering lord. Yan Hao knows very well that even though the Holy Sun of Yaoguang is arrogant and domineering outside, with overwhelming arrogance, in front of the Eternal Holy Lord, he is afraid and trembling in his heart. Good. It took only a moment for his thoughts to change, and Yan Hao responded directly. Based on Yan Hao's original intention, he naturally did not want to stay with the Eternal Holy Lord all the time. If the clues were discovered, the trouble would be big. But Yan Hao also knew very well, the Holy Sun of Yaoguang never dared to disobey the words of the Eternal Holy Lord. It was even more strange that he refused. Yan Hao then settled in Dengxian Tower and began to concentrate on practicing the technique of eternal life and divine light. While meditating, you can also hear the instructions of the Eternal Holy Lord ringing in your ears. As the most powerful person, he can possess endless wisdom with just a casual word. Some people will never encounter such a great opportunity in their lifetime. But Yan Hao, who had obtained the memory of Holy Sun Yaoguang, knew very well that this was not the first time that the Eternal Holy Lord had given such careful guidance to Holy Sun Yaoguang. Such an encounter is not available even to other Holy Suns in the Eternal Holy Land, which is enough to show the partiality and favor of the Eternal Holy Lord towards the Holy Sun of Yaoguang. This is the benefit of having a mountain at your back. Yan Hao couldn't help but sigh. Under the guidance of the Eternal Holy Lord, Yan Hao, who had already made rapid progress in practicing the eternal divine light, even got twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, Yan Hao's body began to emit black and white, colored texture. How could my sister's son be mediocre? The beautiful eyes of the Eternal Saint Lord, who had been paying attention to Yan Hao, moved slightly, sensing Yan Hao's changes, showing a look of satisfaction. This supreme immortal bone was not dug in vain. If this continues for at most half a month, Hao will be able to condense the immortality patterns and step into the true body realm. At that time, that skill can be passed on to Hao. While the Eternal Holy Lord was thinking, he saw endless mysterious divine light surging in Yan Hao's body in the immortal tower. Kindness? There was a look of surprise in the beautiful eyes of the Eternal Holy Lord. Only 1 day has passed, how could it happen so fast? It only took 1 day from Yan Hao to Dengxian Tower. From the perspective of the Eternal Holy Lord, how could he not see that Yan Hao had begun to evolve the eternal divine light at this moment, preparing to condense it into Tao patterns and engrave it on his body. The Supreme Immortal Bone is really awesome. It's a pity that the child was rescued by the willow tree, otherwise I would have wanted to see where it came from. The Eternal Holy Lord can only attribute such visions to the Supreme Immortal Bones fused by Yang Hao. That's fine. How should have been this outstanding? She stared intently at the mysterious divine light bursting out of Yang Hao's body, which began to burst out in black and white, and couldn't help but look forward to it. Complete! Yang Hao, who was evolving the eternal divine light, was also extremely surprised at this time. He did not expect that it would go so smoothly. In just one day, he would be able to fully understand the secret art of the eternal divine light. In this, as the eternal holy master guest, the Supreme Immortal Bone brought unparalleled understanding to Yang Hao, and the speed of comprehending the eternal divine light was extremely fast. But more importantly, it was the steady stream of points that Yang Hao invested in it. Change! This is the critical moment to condense the Tao patterns. Yang Hao didn't have time to think too much, and he had already begun to activate the blood energy all over his body, attracting the black and white colors that were constantly bursting to blend with his body. Taoist patterns can be divided into grades 1 to 9 according to their grades. Those who surpass the 9th grade Taoist patterns are called supreme. The divine light of eternal life, the secret technique that a certain astonishingly talented Holy Lord in the Holy Land of Eternal Life realized from the long river of time, can transform the supreme Tao pattern. Since the birth of this secret technique, it has been the only choice for the saints of the Holy Land of Eternal Life to inscribe Taoist patterns. Once the divine light of eternal life is transformed into the Taoist pattern of eternal life and engraved in the body, the speed of practice in the future will be 10 times faster than that of other practitioners. In addition, the immortality pattern can fully open up the potential of the physical body and greatly increase longevity. One of the reasons why the Holy Land of Eternal Life is extremely powerful among the major holy places is because no one in this world knows how many old monsters are hidden in the foundation of Holy Land of Eternal Life. At this moment, Yang Hao was watching the black and white colors formed by the divine light of eternal life constantly merging with his physical body, and the information about the immortal Tao pattern flashed in his mind. He was also looking forward to it in his heart. In addition to the known benefits of the Supreme Tao pattern, everyone who integrates the Supreme Tao pattern has a different understanding of the Tao pattern, and will also get a unique Tao pattern secret technique. He is very looking forward to what kind of Tao pattern secret technique he will get. The black and white divine light is already extremely fast. Fusion into Yang Hao's body, revealing the magical Tao mark on Yang Hao's skin. This is the immortal Tao mark. Combine! Yang Hao sensed the manifestation of the immortality pattern and started to use the method of eternal life divine light again. The next moment, the pattern solidified and the seal floated into the void. The Tao pattern was condensed. Seeing this scene, the Eternal Holy Lord was extremely satisfied. How, since the Tao pattern is engraved, what are you waiting for? The Eternal Holy Lord suddenly spoke, and the fairy voice fell towards Yang Hao. She could see that this was a great time to break through. Hearing the words of the Eternal Holy Lord, Yang Hao naturally understood that this was the critical moment to break through. Earned 8,000 points for engraving Tao mark. Earned 10,000 points due to Immortal Bone movement. Kindness? Immortal Bone changes? But at this time, Yang Hao glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw that he had gained a large amount of points again, and the points that were about to be exhausted skyrocketed again. But Yang Hao's focus was no longer here. The immortal bones moved. He was about to break through. This was the time when my mood was agitated. I didn't even notice that the supreme immortal bone in my body was moving at this moment. It turns out that the system can still be used in this way. Yang Hao's eyes flickered, and even though he was immersed in his mind, he carefully sensed the supreme immortal bone in his body. After the supreme immortal bone was fused with him, it behaved quite low-key. In addition to being able to sense the extraordinariness of the supreme immortal bone on the panel, this is the first time that it has appeared. Strange movement. After carefully sensing it, Yang Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately showed excitement. What is Howard doing? The Eternal Holy Lord, who has been paying attention to Yang Hao, frowned slightly at this moment. In her perception, Yang Hao did not break through the situation immediately, but paused. Not only that, the Eternal Holy Lord also saw the supreme Tao pattern that was originally engraved on Yang Hao's skin turn lighter in color. This was clearly a sign of disappearing. Not good. Could it be that Howard didn't understand the eternal divine light enough and had a backlash? The Eternal Holy Lord's heart sank slightly, and a divine brilliance condensed on his jade-white fingertips, and he was about to take action. Rumble! Just when the Eternal Holy Lord was about to take action, a roaring sound suddenly came from the sky. This is... The face of the Eternal Holy Lord changed slightly, and he stared directly at the sky, with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to detect all the secrets in the world. At the same time, Yan Hao's whole body sometimes bloomed with a black divine light, and sometimes bloomed with a white divine light, constantly alternating, just like the rotation of the sun and the moon. Immortal bone vibration. This is an opportunity for Howard. The Eternal Holy Lord withdrew his gaze at this time, with countless divine lights blooming in his eyes. Just at that moment, there were hundreds of millions of thoughts rising and falling in her mind, deducing the cause and effect. The vibration and roar coming from the void, it actually came from Yang Hao's body. She breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Yang Hao's changes, and thought to herself. In the tens of thousands of years since the Emperor Tiandu has passed down the eternal light, there has never been such a vision, and I don't know. What happens? The great Emperor of Tiandu is the one who passed down the divine light of eternal life in the holy land of eternal life. At this time, the divine light in the eyes of the Holy Lord of eternal life is shining, and his eyes stay on Yang Hao. The black and white divine light that is constantly rotating is the divine light of eternal life. Originally, even if Yang Hao's mastery of the eternal divine light reaches perfection, he will not be able to give birth to so many eternal divine lights. The Eternal Holy Lord can see that these eternal divine lights are still appearing continuously. From Yan appeared in the supreme immortal bone in Hao's body. At this moment, the immortality pattern on Yang Hao's skin has completely faded and is almost undetectable. It is as if it has never been engraved. But the aura on Yang Hao's body is becoming more and more dazzling. Rumble. The strange sounds of the immortal bones came again and again, shaking the world. Earned 8,000 points for Taoist inscription. Earned 8,000 points for Taoist inscription. Even the Eternal Holy Lord could only make a rough guess at this moment, but Yang Hao knew very well what kind of opportunity he had got at this time. The immortality pattern that has been engraved has not disappeared, but is directly engraved on the supreme immortal bone in my body. After the Tao pattern is engraved, new immortal divine light will be continuously born from the supreme immortal bones and transformed into the immortal Tao pattern. With every vibration of the immortal bone, there will be lines engraved on it. Amazing. According to the memory of Holy Son of Yaoguang, the Taoist realm can only inscribe one Taoist pattern, but now I have engraved 7 immortal Taoist patterns. How many Tao patterns can the supreme immortal bone carry? Yang Hao was shocked in his heart, as he immersed his mind and searched for the supreme immortal bone in his body. Yang Hao was shocked to find that he could control the supreme immortal bone and imprint the engraved immortality patterns on the supreme immortal bone. 8 ways. 9 ways. 10 ways. Finally, when the 10th immortality pattern was engraved on the supreme immortal bone in the body, the supreme immortal bone finally stopped shaking. The surface, which was already densely covered with immortality patterns, exuded a mysterious luster. Boom! Just when Yang Hao thought it was about to end, suddenly, there was a thunderous muffled sound from the sky and the earth. This is a vision from heaven. Howard has caused strange phenomena in the world. The graceful figure of the Eternal Holy Lord was shocked, and the surprise in his eyes became more intense. There are endless unknowable secrets in the vast world. The most talked about thing is the vision from the sky. But in the world, there are great sages. When monsters are born, visions will come to them, which means that heaven and earth recognize them and tell the world. And the great sages and monsters who cause the visions of heaven and earth will be blessed by heaven and earth and enjoy endless luck. The Eternal Holy Lord is extremely partial to Yang Hao. Seeing the vision of heaven and earth appear at this moment, she was naturally sincerely happy for Yang Hao. Her eyes pierced through the void, and before the vision of heaven and earth fell, she had already seen the vision in advance. Time flows. How can it be? This vision of heaven and earth turned out to be the appearance of the long river of time. The Eternal Holy Lord was shocked in his heart. The next moment, a river wrapped in endless magical colors appeared from the horizon of the Eternal Holy Land, rushing wantonly and flowing past. It was a long river flowing in the void. As this long river in the void appeared, the world seemed to be frozen in an instant. There was only the sound of the gurgling river, flowing by. For a moment, the whole world was moving and shocked. The sky shattered, and the surging river suddenly appeared. It was not an illusion, but rather majestic and a vision. Outside the holy land of eternal life, one after another figures flew into the void of the nine heavens, looking at the long river of time above the sky with shock in their eyes. Vision! It turned out to be a long river of time. The last time the river of time appeared was 190,000 years ago. After that time, Emperor Changyu was born. Relying on the power of time reversal he obtained from the river of time, he became the only one in the world and grew into a peerless emperor. He never thought that he would see the river of time appear again today. There was a strong man who released a surging aura, with brilliant eyes, and murmured to himself, "The long river of time flows from the sky above the holy land of eternal life. It is worthy of being a holy land, with a profound foundation, and someone can actually lead to the passage of time." Another strong man looked at the direction of the long river of time, his mind swaying, and his eyes were full of envy. Any existence that causes the vision of heaven and earth must be a monster or a great sage. In the future, he will definitely become an unparalleled genius, and even possible, become a peerless emperor like Emperor Changyu. How can these powerful people not be envious and jealous? I heard that the chief holy son of the holy land of eternal life has amazing attainments in the magical power of time. It seems that this time it must be the holy son of the holy land of eternal life who has been blessed. A strong man exuding a profound aura came from another holy land. He came from 1,000,000 miles away, across the void, and came in the direction of the long river of time. It's a pity that the person who caused the vision was a person from the holy land of eternal life, otherwise capturing this ungrown monster would completely divide his opportunities. Not only this strong man, but also more powerful men with unpredictable strength came to investigate. They were all very sorry that this evildoer who was favored by heaven and earth actually came from a powerful force. Even so, they are still rushing towards the holy land of eternal life. After all, if they can understand legendary visions such as the long river of time at close range, they will be able to gain something and get unimaginable benefits. For a time, outside the holy land of eternal life, more and more people, more and more strong men are gathering. Even from the holy land of eternal life, some strong men are flying out, looking greedily at the river of time. Roll! Is the holy land of eternal life also a place where you can run wild? But just as many strong men came from all directions to peek outside the holy land of eternal life, a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, the world was suddenly shrouded in darkness, except for the slow movement. The slow-flowing river of time was completely covered. As many powerful men arrived, a giant from the holy land of eternal life took action. Within the darkness, billions of thunders suddenly descended, overwhelmingly suppressing all the figures who came to spy. Some strong men who were not strong enough were crushed by billions of thunders in almost an instant. Only the strong ones disappeared outside the holy land of eternal life with great difficulty. Even the people in the holy land of eternal life were all shot down by thunder. Go quickly! This holy land of eternal life is really overbearing. After just a moment of investigation, they will take action to suppress us. That's all. Many powerful men who came to spy on them all left in fear. Facing the extremely powerful Holy Land of Eternal Life, they found nothing except a glimpse of the long river of time. Inside the Holy Land of Eternal Life, they were also extremely shocked at this moment. A statue of the powerful being woke up, and his powerful thoughts kept scanning the Holy Land of Eternal Life. However, no matter who it was, they could only see the endless darkness of the abyss at this time. Everything that happened in Wuxian Tower was completely obscured by the Holy Lord of Eternal Life. Snort. No one can take away Hauer's opportunity. The Eternal Holy Lord snorted coldly. She naturally sensed everything that happened in the outside world. It was not her who took action to kill those who came to spy, otherwise none of those people would be able to leave. But the person who completely covered the world, it is the Eternal Holy Lord. Her eyes have been locked on Yang Hao at this time, and she personally protects Yang Hao. With such a huge backer, even other strong men in the Eternal Holy Land cannot take away Yang Hao's opportunity. At this moment, Yang Hao has his eyes closed, suspended in the void. In the long river of time, there is a tributary, constantly falling down and pouring into Yang Hao's body. As the stars move, the sun rises and the moon sets. The long river of time on the sky has started from the beginning. The catharsis flowed quietly, and then slowly disappeared, and the world gradually returned to peace. Under the protection of the Eternal Holy Lord, Yang Hao finally absorbed this tributary of time. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his eyes it seems that there are thousands of mysterious stars flowing around. Thank you, Auntie. The corner of Yang Hao's mouth gradually curved, and he opened his mouth to thank the Eternal Holy Lord. He could sense everything and knew that this was a great opportunity. If the Eternal Holy Lord had not protected him, perhaps this opportunity would have been taken away by others. Most of the way. This is the benefit of having a backer. This time, he made a lot of money. Not only did he break through the Taoist realm and enter the real body realm, he also got unexpected gains. Hee. With a chuckle, seeing that Yang Hao successfully got the opportunity and broke through the Taoist realm in one fell swoop, the Eternal Holy Lord was in a good mood, smiled, and appeared in front of Yang Hao in the next moment. Her jade fingers did not wait for Yang Hao to react, and directly grabbed Yang Hao's arm. Kindness? The beautiful eyes of the Eternal Holy Lord flashed with surprise. This is 10 Dao patterns? They are actually immortal tattoos. I understand, the Supreme Immortal Bone can carry power far beyond the physical body. No wonder I kept absorbing the immortality patterns engraved by you, Hauer. If this is the case, and the 10 patterns of eternal life are working in the body, I think your future practice, Hauer, will be much smoother. Wonderful, really wonderful. The Holy Lord of Eternal Life said to himself, but he understood everything in Yang Hao's body in an instant. On the Supreme Immortal Bone in Yang Hao's body, the 10 lines of eternal life were peacefully engraved on it. Yang Hao nodded and said, Auntie said it right? Because I have engraved 10 immortality patterns, even if I don't practice now, the immortality patterns on the Supreme Immortal Bone in my body will continue to draw spiritual energy into my body, strengthen my body, and strengthen my blood. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. How long, under the transformation of Dao patterns, I will be able to give birth to spiritual power? Yang Hao was also very surprised at this moment. In this world, before the foundation is cast, the spiritual energy in the world is borrowed to practice and fight. Once the foundation is cast, he can transform his own spiritual power through the Dao patterns. At that time, he will move his hands and feet. All are legal principles, extremely powerful. Very good, but even though you have such an opportunity, Hauer, don't be eager for quick success. The practice of true body realm is equally important. The Holy Lord of Eternal Life smiled lightly and nodded, and warned Yang Hao. She then said slowly, There are 10 lines of eternal life. What secret technique have you learned? What are the gains from traveling in that long river of time? Hearing the words of the Eternal Holy Lord, Yang Hao was surprised. So that vision is the river of time? Of course he knew that he had triggered the vision of heaven and earth and gained huge benefits from it, but he didn't know that it was the river of time. In the original memory of the Holy Son of Light, there was the memory of the river of time. Combined with what he had obtained, Yang Hao looked astonished at the harvest. I have been favored by the river of time, entered it, and understood the wonderful principles. After enlightenment, the 10 immortality patterns can be combined into one to form a new time pattern. If I use the time pattern, I can control time. Stand still, reverse flow, accelerate. Under the gaze of the eternal Holy Lord, Yang Hao stretched out his fingers, and the supreme immortal bone in his body vibrated. Then, the 10 immortality patterns engraved in the supreme immortal bone gradually merged together, exuding a strange and mysterious aura. At the same time, on Yang Hao's fingertips, a nearly transparent amber color slowly appeared. This amber color on the fingertips bloomed with a mysterious halo. Yang Hao casually placed it on a plant that had just sprouted outside Wuxian Tower, on top of the green grass. Suddenly, under the influence of the amber color, the grass grew wildly, and finally gradually withered and withered. After a while, the grass slowly returned to its young appearance from withered, yellow and withered, as if it had gone through a reincarnation. Finally, it stopped in the original appearance of the grassland. It seems as if it is eternally still. This is the gift of time. Your 10 immortality patterns can actually control time. The eyes of the eternal Holy Lord showed shock. She looked at Yang Hao, who was sweating profusely in front of her. She looked like this after just pointing a finger casually. It was obvious that she had consumed a lot. But even so, the eternal Holy Lord could not hide it. Shocked. Time manipulation, time talent. Only those who have reached her level will understand how terrible this is. Not counting the time talent, it needs to be combined into one time pattern through the eternal pattern to be used. It can only be regarded as the time secret technique I obtained after inscribing the pattern and absorbing the favor of the river of time. It consumes a lot of money. Yang Hao was panting. He didn't expect that just such a casual demonstration would be so terrifying. Silly boy. The power of time is so easy to control. When your supreme foundation is built and your spiritual power is born, you will know how great an opportunity you have received today. The eternal Holy Lord sighed. Do you call this pattern the pattern of time? This Tao pattern has gone beyond the scope of the supreme Tao pattern. But throughout the 100,000 years of history, even in the Dark Ages 100,000 years ago, we have never seen such Tao patterns. In this case, from today onwards, the one above the supreme will be the supreme grade. At this time, the Tao pattern should be the supreme level Tao pattern. Hearing the words of the eternal Holy Lord, the corner of Yang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't want to directly draw a new realm on his own without thinking. This aunt of mine is really overbearing. But supreme level? I like. Yang Hao chuckled and nodded, and responded with a smile. Then according to my aunt, Daowen will be regarded as the supreme level at this time. Ha 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 ha. The eternal Holy Lord laughed when he heard this. He was a little surprised by Yang Hao's reaction, but he was very satisfied. She didn't expect that this little guy who had been so obedient to her in the past would be much more cheerful today than usual. At this time, even my aunt has not studied the Tao pattern. You can understand it on your own. If you have any questions, come and ask me. Now that you have broken through to the true body realm, my aunt will teach you another secret method today to help you achieve the supreme foundation. Yang Hao did not hide his gains from the eternal Holy Lord, because he is very clear about the preference of the eternal Holy Lord for him. The better and better he performs, the greater the benefits he will receive. In this world, reality is overwhelming. Waste is not worthy of attention. The so-called boring trick of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger is not necessary at all for Yang Hao to back up the mountains. All he has to do is continue to show his excellence, and get more attention. Naturally, more and more preferences will be received. As expected. After hearing the words of the eternal Holy Lord, Yang Hao was refreshed. Secret method. A practice method that can be called a secret method represents a skill that has been condensed to the extreme. For example, the divine light of eternal life is an infinitely powerful secret technique that many practitioners in the holy land of eternal life cannot obtain even in their lifetime. With the status and strength of the eternal Holy Lord, how could the secret method he used be bad? At least it is a heaven-level secret method! Yan Hao knew from the memory of Holy Sun Yaoguang that in this world, the levels of martial arts are divided into yellow level, earth level, mysterious level, heaven level, immortal level, and God level. As the Holy Son of the Holy Land, he has learned everything. The lowest is a heaven level skill. The Chaos Immortal Sutra that he majors in is the strongest foundation of the eternal Holy Land, reaching the immortal level. This is enough to reflect the preciousness of the immortal level skills. If it is a heaven level secret method, although it is not as good as the immortal level, but it's not far behind. Looking at Yan Hao's expectant look, the eternal Holy Lord didn't show off. Originally, I didn't plan to pass on this secret technique to you in one breath. But Hao, if you engrave the time pattern, there is hope that you can understand it. The eternal Holy Lord looked at the handsome and extraordinary Yan Hao and said with a smile, Hao will definitely live up to her aunt's expectations. Hearing this, Yan Hao immediately said, Very good. The eternal Holy Lord nodded lightly and said with a smile, Practice one path, the Qi and Blood realm, and the Marrow cleansing realm are the foundations among the foundations, but because of this, it takes more time to polish. You have been trained by me personally since you were a child, spending a lot of precious materials, and your body is flawless. Now in the Dao pattern realm, the supreme level Dao pattern has been engraved, but it has reached the standard of forging a divine body. The true body realm is the only realm where you have the opportunity to build a divine body. Don't neglect it. This secret method has a great origin and is called Jiuyo prison suppression. It is the secret skill of Emperor Jiuyo who once suppressed one party in the Dark Ages. As soon as the words fell, a jade finger gently touched Yan Hao's forehead. Suddenly, Yan Hao was struck by lightning, and a huge flow of information poured into Yan Hao's mind crazily. Just in an instant, Yan Hao obtained a large amount of mysterious information. This is a semi-god level secret method. Emperor Jiuyo. Standing there, it felt like a century had passed, but in reality only a few minutes had passed. Yan Hao came back to his senses, his pupils shrank sharply, and he took a breath of cold air. Although he had already had expectations before, but the eternal Holy Lord gave this secret technique of his still made him feel extremely shocked. The secret technique given by the eternal Holy Lord was not a heaven-level secret technique, nor an immortal-level secret technique. It was a demigod-level secret technique. Even the Holy Land of Eternal Life may not have semi-god-level secrets. What's more, this demigod-level skill actually comes from an emperor who lived in the Dark Ages 100,000 years ago. Yan Hao looked at the eternal Holy Lord and blinked. Happiness came too suddenly. This demigod skill, if the super-secret technique were to be revealed, it would definitely drive countless saint-level beings crazy. My aunt is really hiding her secrets. Hee hee. Seeing Yan Hao's shocked look, the Holy Lord of Eternal Life chuckled. Even she had a narrow escape in order to obtain this semi-god level secret method. Even in the Holy Land of Eternal Life, she did not put it into the foundation. Such a precious thing Yan Hao was not worthy of the secret method before, but now, with the Supreme Immortal Bone and the Supreme Dao Mark engraved on it, he can. You go back and have a good time to meditate. 7 days later, Wanlong Dojo was opened. My aunt will take you for a walk to help you exercise. Hearing the words of the Eternal Holy Lord, Yan Hao nodded in agreement. He had heard about the 10,000 Dragons Dojo mentioned by the Eternal Holy Lord. It was a treasured place for body refining that was opened once every 1,000 years. Such a treasured place has long been destroyed. The major holy places are jointly controlled, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter. As the Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land, he naturally has this qualification. Earn 1,800 points for return to the cave. Earn 1,000 points for view panel. Yaoguang Fairy Peak, Yaoguang Pavilion. Returning to his own Saint Sun's cave, Yan Hao looked at the panel. Yan Hao. Realm, True Physique Realm First Level, 8900/150,000 plus. Talent. Supreme Immortal Bone, 1/10 million plus. Time Dao Pattern, 1/10 million plus. Master the skill. Chaos Immortal Sutra, Immortal level, 22/10 million plus. Supreme Killing Sword, Heaven level, 5, 400/100,000 plus. Jiuyo suppresses prison, Demigod, 1/100 million plus. Current points, 88,300 points. Point income record. These points are growing all the time, and when I make some special moves, I will get more. Yan Hao looked at his changed panel, checked the point income records, and thought and concluded. In the income records, the two largest point incomes came from him getting the favor of the River of Time, getting the semi-mysterious method, and breaking through to the real body realm. When the points obtained these few times have exceeded 4 digits, and when I obtained the semi-mysterious method, I obtained 50,000 points. Not only that, it seems that I get more points now than before? Points increase over time to increase growth efficiency. Yan Hao's eyes shone brightly, and he moved his gaze to his panel again. If this is the case, even if it is a semi-god level secret method, I can practice it very quickly. Add a bit. He took a deep breath, and was not in a hurry to invest points in improving his realm. The realm of true body is the realm of body refining. The physical body has become perfect after experiencing qi and blood, marrow cleansing, and Tao pattern realm. In the realm of true body, you can practice various body refining secrets and temper the secrets of heaven and earth, just like forging a good piece of steel, completely forging the physical body, producing qualitative changes, and refining your own true body. As far as Yan Hao knows, practitioners the physique levels after qualitative transformation are divided into real body, treasure body, king body, immortal body, and legendary divine body. The gap between each level of physique is extremely large. A strong person who has refined the treasure body can easily crush and refine the real body into a real body. Naturally, the king body realm and even the immortal and divine bodies above it are even more terrifying and terrifying. If you want to build a supreme foundation, you must at least refine the king's body in the true body realm. An extremely powerful body training technique is extremely important in the true body realm. My goal is naturally not that simple. If you want to refine your body, you must become the strongest. So, Yan Hao directly chose to invest all his points in one breath on the semi-god level secret method Jiuyo suppressing prison that he had just obtained. Suddenly, the nearly 90,000 points that Yan Hao had were returned to 0 in the next moment. Yan Hao added it to the semi-god level secret technique of Jiuyo suppressing prison. At the same time, the mysterious 9 nether prison suppressing technique that existed in Yan Hao's mind seemed to have been peeled away layer by layer. The fog gradually revealed some truth. I see. Jiuyo's suppressing prison is actually such a secret method. No wonder it qualifies to reach the demigod level. No wonder Emperor Jiuyo roamed all over the world back then, and was extremely powerful even in the Dark Ages. After Yan Hao added some points, he suddenly had a deeper understanding of this semi-god level secret technique. If he were to comprehend it normally, it would take Yan Hao at least several months to comprehend its secrets. This is a very imaginative body refining secret method. You need to visualize yourself as a world-destroying god and your body as the source of tyranny. The billions of cells in the physical body are violent worlds. The energy of the Yin Dao pattern forms an indestructible prison, imprisoning all the billions of cells in the physical body, blocking everything, and constantly tempering it. When I need it, a single thought will make all the billions of cells in the prison obey me and let me control it. If one can cultivate Jiuyo's suppressing prison to perfection, he can tame all these billions of cells and directly open up a world of billions. At that time, the world will open with just one thought, and you will have the power of billions of worlds. So domineering. Yan Hao understood Jiuyo's method of suppressing prison and was shocked. Such a secret technique is really impressive. Treat the entire body as the universe, forcefully simulate it, forcefully suppress it, and then burst out with ultimate power. Is this the reason why Emperor Jiuyo is so powerful? Yan Hao laughed. Such a body-refining secret method that squeezed the potential of the physical body to the extreme made him eager to try it. Although he could directly improve the practice of Jiuyo prison suppression by adding points, he also understood that blindly relying on the system would only lose his true heart. Points, of course. Self-cultivation must not stagnate. Someone comes. Yan Hao suddenly spoke, and immediately a figure with at least a level of spiritual power appeared. The subordinate has seen the Son of God. What did the Son command? This powerful man in the magical power realm just saw Yan Hao, and he knelt on the ground and asked respectfully. Prepare 1 fa lava, Tianlin scattered stone, and thunder maple leaf. I want to see these things in 3 days. He casually told him that every treasure in his mouth was of great value to the outside world and was the most precious treasure for cultivating the true body. But in the holy land of eternal life, as the beloved Son of the Holy Lord, his status is extremely distinguished. Yan Hao didn't even need to move his hands at all. He only had to move his mouth, and countless people would offer him treasures. Subordinates understand. The powerful man in the magical power realm in front of him listened respectfully to the end of Yan Hao's words and responded respectfully. Seeing the powerful man in the magical power realm disappear in front of his eyes, Yan Hao nodded and began to prepare for practice. His Royal Highness the Sun. Oh no. At this moment, suddenly a rushing voice came from outside the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Then, another figure landed on the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Deng Meng? Yan Hao raised his eyelids slightly, looked through the obstacles, and saw a burly man falling in a panic. All the information about this man quickly appeared in his memory. Deng Meng, one of the many lackeys under the Holy Sun Yaoguang, the 9th level of the true body realm, has awakened the tiger treasure body, and is quite powerful. Things are getting interesting. Yan Hao saw the panicked Deng Meng, and suddenly the corners of his lips curved. Come in. Yan Hao spoke indifferently, with a calm tone. In his memory, Deng Meng, a lackey, was sent by the former Yaoguang Holy Sun to complete a task together with several other lackeys. If he expected it to be true, Your Majesty the Holy Sun, your subordinates deserve to die. Not only have your tasks not been completed, and both Su Yang and Wang Daojun were killed by Fan Lai's slave. It was my subordinate who was careless. In the blink of an eye, Deng Meng came over in a panic, knelt down in front of Yan Hao, kowtowed and confessed, looking horrified. Oh? You and Su Yang are both at the 9th level of the true physique realm. That Fan Lai has just broken through to the Taoist realm. How can he kill you? Yan Hao spoke lightly, but his tone was a bit cold. He already knew the ins and outs from his memory. Before he took away the Holy Sun, there was a domestic slave who rose like a comet and even competed with him. A monster genius for the position of the Holy Sun. Later, although the monster named Fan Lai failed in the competition in front of the huge power of the Holy Sun of Yaoguang, the two also forged a life-and-death feud. However, the Holy Sun of Yaoguang was more powerful. That Fan Lai chose to leave the Holy Land of Eternal Life and instead worshipped in the Holy Land of Yin and Yang. Don't look at the Holy Sun of Yaoguang who is obedient and docile in front of the Holy Lord of Eternal Life, but in reality he has a perverse and arrogant personality, and his flaws in his character are bound to be repaid, and he is extremely generous. Small. From the day Fan Lai left the Holy Land of Eternal Life, Holy Sun Yaoguang sent Deng Meng and 3 other lackeys from the 9th level of the true body realm to hunt down Fan Lai. Obviously, looking at the terrified Deng Meng in front of him, he shook his head. Not only did the mission ordered by Holy Sun Guang not be completed, he was also killed by Fan Lai. That's how it is. The subordinates discovered that Fan Lai had begun to compete for the position of the Holy Sun of the Yinyang Holy Land, and was engaged to a saint from the Yinyang Holy Land. Fortunately, this slave's cultivation level is not high, and now he is only in the true physique realm. If we wait any longer, when Fan Lai's wings become more mature, he may become a serious problem. Your Highness, the Son of God, it is my subordinate who is not doing things well. Please give me another chance. Please let Mr. Kensen go with his subordinates. Yan Hao looked calmly at the big man Deng Meng who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, trembling and begging. Things turned out as he expected. The 3 cultivators of the 9th level of the true body who went to chase Fan Lai, 2 were killed and 1 was injured, returned from a great defeat. The Jian San mentioned by Deng Ming was a subordinate of his in the 9th level of Divine Power realm. He had mastered a heaven-level magical power, and was extremely powerful. No. Let this be settled. Yan Hao spoke slowly, with a casual tone. There is no doubt that when he heard Deng Ming's experience, the familiar routine made Yan Hao speechless. This is obviously a classic villain's experience routine. If he listened to Deng Ming's advice, the swordsman under him will probably never come back and become a stepping stone for Fan Lai. Yan Hao will naturally not do this. That Fan Lai, no matter how fast he enters the country, no matter how many opportunities he has, he will have the luck of the protagonist. What about a helping hand? You have your destiny, I have my opportunity. I'm too lazy to give away experience. If you encounter all the opportunities and fortunes that directly rob you, then just suppress you casually. Yan Hao is proud in his heart. You have your golden finger, and I also have the system. No matter how many opportunities Fan Lai has, how many more can he have? When he was happy for the divine object he had obtained after all the hard work. At that time, countless lackeys had already flattered him. When he was trying to please the big shots and eager to get some scattered opportunities from the big shots, all kinds of opportunities were already given to him in a hurry. Your combat power doubled, my combat power has increased 10-fold, 100-fold. What can Fan Lai do to fight him? A brave man who wants to kill the dragon will only find that the dragon is his nightmare. This is Yan Hao of confidence. This, His Royal Highness, the Holy Sun, think twice. Fan Lai will definitely become a serious thorn in your side, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Deng Ming, who was kneeling on the ground, did not expect that Yan Hao's reaction would be so calm. This was beyond his expectation, and he quickly persuaded him. Oh. Yan Hao responded lightly and glanced at his points income record. I see. You can die now. As soon as he finished speaking, under Deng Ming's incredible eyes, he stretched out a finger and pressed it down. Deng Ming, whose strength had reached the 9th level of the true physique realm, was shocked to find that he could not move at all in front of Yan Hao, was easily killed by this finger. I didn't expect that the system could still be used like this. Looking at Deng Ming dying in front of his eyes, Yan Hao clicked his tongue, secretly amazed in his heart. Earn 10,000 points due to subordinate's betrayal. Earn 10,000 points for subordinate lying. Looking at the line of points income records on the panel, Yan Hao was speechless. This line of point income had already appeared when Deng Ming appeared in front of him. So, from the beginning, Yan Hao knew that Deng Ming had betrayed him. But he wasn't surprised. Chasing the protagonist usually doesn't end well. The other 2 were already dead, how could Deng Ming come back alive? Apparently, Fan Lai used the protagonist's domineering spirit to subdue him, and in turn plotted against him. Pity. Fan Lai and Deng Ming could not have imagined that the system's point income records had been completely revealed by him before the calculation even started. This Fan Lai is obviously not as simple as Deng Ming said. Do you want me to send Jian San to die? Yan Hao murmured to himself, Jian San is a strong man in the 9th level of the supernatural realm. In his memory, Fan Lai is only in the Dao pattern realm. Even according to Deng Ming, Fan Lai is only in the true body realm. Fan Lai was so confident that he wanted to plot against me. It seems that in the face of Jian San's pursuit, even if he does not have the strength above the 9th level of the magical power realm, he should have other means at this moment to burst out the strength beyond the magical power realm. It is indeed in existence with the fate of the protagonist. Yan Hao smiled lightly, seeing through everything. Not only did he not panic at all, but he no longer bothered about the matter. Even so, it's just a tiny speck of dust. Now, it's time for me to practice. He turned around and said casually, Jian Wu, clean it up. As soon as the words fell, a figure exuding a powerful aura appeared and disposed of Deng Ming's body without saying a word. Yan Hao had already appeared in another place on Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Looking in front of him, he saw a pure white body. Deep Spring, On the cleansing water, strands of fairy mist rise up, and the extremely rich spiritual energy hits your face. There is no doubt that this deep spring in front of you is a treasure. Lingquan Holy Pool. Yan Haozhong appeared all the information about this treasure land in front of him. As far as he knew, this deep spring called Lingquan Holy Pool, all the water in it is formed by the liquid of spiritual energy. It is conceivable that if you enter it bathing, washing the body with spiritual energy so rich that it turns into spring water, will bring unimaginable benefits to the body. Even some evil geniuses cannot enjoy such a treasure, but he can use it at any time. This is the treatment that only the Holy Son of the Holy Land has. Yang Hao is very satisfied. Lingquan Holy Pond is where he plans to practice Jiuyo prison suppression technique in the past few days. Although the points can directly improve the realm, Yan Hao does not want to lose his enterprising spirit because of the system. What's more, Yan Hao discovered when you practice again, you will get many more points than usual. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Your Highness, do you need to take a bath? Let me serve you. Just as Yan Hao was about to step into it, several girls with excellent figures and stunning looks appeared respectfully. No need, go down. Yan Hao glanced at these girls for a few times and said casually. Looking at their longing eyes, they instantly turned pale. Yan Hao shook his head. The original Holy Son of Yaoguang was extremely extravagant and ridiculous. Even if he came to practice in the holy pool of Lingquan, they also need someone to serve them. These girls can be regarded as the harem of the Holy Son of Light, and of course they are his harem. But right now, he has no interest in caring about these. He understands very well that in this world, only strength is king. Although on the surface, he seemed not to care about the threats of the protagonists, but Yan Hao would not slack off at all. After seeing those girls leaving in disappointment, Yan Hao stepped into the pool, and endless spiritual liquid surged into his body. Physical body. Earned 1,000 points for bathing in the spiritual spring. Earned 1,000 points due to physical strengthening. Add a bit. Yan Hao added all the points he had just obtained to the secret method of Jiuyo suppressing prison, and started to run Jiuyo suppressing prison, practicing and comprehending it. However, as soon as he understood it, Yan Hao's expression changed drastically. He used Jiuyo's prison-suppressing method and began to slowly suppress the billions of cells in his body. However, he found that the billions of cells in his body had turned into the most flexible swimming fish at this moment, swimming crazily and extremely difficult to catch. Not only that, just this moment consumed my mind to a great extent. Fortunately, I have the nourishment of this spiritual spring, which can keep me in the best condition at all times. If I practice in another place, I will be exhausted mentally and physically, and I will no longer be able to practice today. Capture, suppress. Yan Hao has a strong mind and is immersed in practice again. Earned 3,000 points due to physical refining. Earned 3,000 points due to consuming treasure. In the next few days, a steady stream of body-refining treasures were continuously sent to Yan Hao's Yaoguang Immortal Peak. The more points you get when you fall into a state of cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Hao would probably be shocked if the Eternal Holy Lord knew about the progress of Jiuyo's prison-suppressing method. Today is the time to open the Wanlong Dojo. After 7 days, I have invested more than 100,000 points in Jiuyo suppression prison, and I have been able to initially suppress hundreds of millions of cells, bursting out with terrifying physical strength. If he were a strong person in the 9th level of the ordinary magical realm, I should be able to suppress him just by using my physical body. Even if the foundation is created, the existence of the king may not be unable to fight. Yan Hao combined the memories he obtained and made a preliminary estimate of his current strength. This is just his pure physical strength. The semi-god level secret method is really well deserved. Auntie, here I come. Yan Hao flew directly into the forbidden area of the Holy Land of Eternal Life and climbed to the Immortal Tower. Today is the day when the Wanlong Dojo was opened. Yan Hao came according to the instructions of the Holy Lord of Eternal Life. It didn't waste any time. Let's go. The Holy Lord of Eternal Life saw Yan Hao's arrival. As his figure swayed, a clear light flashed, and a flying boat emitting a shining treasure suddenly appeared. When Yang Hao saw this flying boat, he understood that the 10,000 Dragons dojo must be extremely far away. Even with the eternal life, the Holy Lord sets foot on this flying boat. After meditating on it these past few days, do you have any confusion? After the two set foot on the flying boat, the eternal Holy Lord asked. She didn't expect Yang Hao to make any progress in Jiuyo prison in just a few days, but it was just a casual question. According to her idea, this time after the trip to the Walong dojo, Yang Hao's physical body changed. She took care of it herself. Only then could she officially start practicing this semi-god level secret method of body refining. There are some. The first step of the Jiuyo prison suppression method is to suppress billions of cells. But these days, although I can barely suppress it, but I want to tap into its potential, but I am unable to do it, and I feel like I am not doing enough. What's more troublesome is, I tried to break through the Rio body realm to the second heaven. Although the physical body was a little tougher, the cells that had been barely suppressed became more active and began to get out of control. I never thought that when Yang Hao heard this, he asked about his confusion without hesitation. Such a saint-level existence is willing to give him guidance at all times, and of course he will not let it go. As for exposing his strength, this is exactly what he wants. The stronger you are, the more diligently the Eternal Holy Lord will cultivate you. What? Have you been able to initially suppress cells in your body? Can billions of cells be suppressed? When the Eternal Holy Lord heard Yang Hao's words, he immediately trembled and grabbed Yang Hao's wrist with his jade hand. After a moment, the induction ended. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. With her strength, she could naturally sense the situation in Yang Hao's body. Because of this, the Eternal Holy Lord was extremely shocked. How many days has it been? This little guy has already initially understood the semi-god level secret method of Jiuyo prison suppression, and has begun to practice it, and even has great potential progress? Even Yang Hao's, by the way, breakthrough to the second level of the true body realm in a short period of time was subconsciously ignored by the Eternal Holy Lord. Because compared to Yang Hao's progress in Jiuyo's prison suppressing method, it's not worth mentioning. Yang Hao nodded innocently and said, "Yes. It should be that this secret method is innately compatible with me. I can understand it easily and practice it directly. It's just that this secret method is too difficult, and has too many difficulties." Auntie, am I too stupid? The Eternal Holy Lord. She was shocked and helpless. It took a full 100 years to obtain this secret method in the past, from understanding it to preliminary practice, and then to Yang Hao's current situation. This little guy only took less than 7 days. It really surprised and delighted her. The Eternal Holy Lord also has a broad vision and has seen the power of countless monsters. As time goes by, too many amazing and talented people have been born. She gradually regained her composure after the shock, and could only attribute the speed of Yang Hao's cultivation to the blessings he received from the supreme immortal bone in his body, and the favor of the heaven and earth visions. The Eternal Holy Lord calmed down his emotions for a moment, smiled and said to Yang Hao, "You little guy, you really got an advantage and behaved well. As a semi-god level secret method, the 9 nether prison suppression technique is so simple. Originally, I wanted to wait until you came back from Walong Dojo before telling you. But now your Jiuyo prison suppression method is considered an introduction, so it doesn't hurt to tell you in advance." Yang Hao heard this and pricked up his ears. He was really confused. Although he could improve the 9 nether prison suppression technique by adding points, his control over the cells was extremely poor. If this continued, he would not dare to break through again. It is estimated that under the current situation, once he steps into the 3rd level of the true body realm, it is impossible to say that the billions of cells that have been suppressed by him will escape his control. If you want to completely suppress billions of cells now, it's impossible. When the Eternal Holy Lord opened his mouth, Yang Hao was stunned. According to Emperor Jiuyo, every cell in the body is a devil. They are crazy, unruly and violent. They are one with you. The stronger you are, the stronger they become. It's okay if you don't practice Juryo to suppress the prison. As soon as there is a chance, it will escape from your control and even bite back. If you want to suppress them, the cage you build must be extremely tough. What is a cage? Nature is your physical body. Why are you allowed to practice this method in the true body realm? Precisely because the stronger you are, the harder it is to control the billions of demons in your body. In order to suppress these demons, my aunt spent thousands of years, but in the end she could barely succeed. But that's all. It is almost impossible to go further. But it's possible for you. The true body state is the key state for the sublimation of the physical body. This is the only state where you can continuously improve your physique. In the true body realm, your physical body can be sublimated from the true body to the treasure body, the treasure body to the king body, and the king body to the immortal body. Once you build your own immortal body, it will be an extremely tough cage, so that you can suppress these demons. However, not everyone can transform their body into a fairy body. Each practitioner's physical body also has an upper limit. Even if many people deliberately stay in the real body state, they can transform into a treasure body at most. The king's body is already in existence that is out of reach for ordinary practitioners. I take you to Wanlong Dojo because this Wanlong Dojo is the dojo left by the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon race is one of the toughest races in the world. Forging a physical body with the dragon energy of Wanlong Dojo can greatly improve the strength of your physical body, giving you the potential to advance to the immortal body. Don't practice this 9 nether prison suppression technique again before you truly begin to sublimate your physique. Your speed of enlightenment is too fast. Generally speaking, it is only when one reaches the 3rd heaven that one begins to sublimate the physical body. Hearing the strange last words of the Eternal Lord, Yang Hao smiled bitterly. The Eternal Lord's words were easy to understand and made him understand. He didn't expect that it would be a mistake to comprehend Juryo's prison-suppressing method too quickly. Is it the 10,000 dragon dojo left by the ancient dragon clan? I am looking forward. Yang Hao thought to himself. The flying boat of the Eternal Holy Lord did not directly leave the Eternal Holy Land and go to the 10,000 dragons dojo. The flying boat stayed for a moment, and several more figures fell into the flying boat. Met the Holy Lord. I have seen the Holy Lord. A man and a woman, 2 humble voices sounded. Yang Hao squinted his eyes and looked over. The person who entered the flying boat halfway was still impressed in his memory. His eyes stopped on the respectful man. That was a young man wearing a Chinese robe with gloomy eyebrows. Not far from the young man, there is a stunning girl with a dress as white as frost and a cold face. It turned out to be Kaiyang and Tianxian. Yang Hao shook his head and looked back. The Ini boy is the holy son of Kaiyang, and the stunning girl is the saint of Tianxian. They are both the son and saint of the Eternal Holy Land, ranking 6th and 5th respectively, just above him. He was not familiar with either of them, nor was he interested in them, so he naturally didn't bother to pay attention to them. The Holy Lord is well. In addition to Holy Son Kaiyang and Holy Lady Tianxian, there was also an old man in black accompanying him. This man's features were humble, but his aura was unfathomable, and Yang Hao could not see through it. No need to be polite. The Eternal Holy Lord also spoke indifferently at this moment. Compared with Yang Hao's humility when they were together, the Eternal Holy Lord at this moment seemed extremely cold and aloof. With her eyes, she looked indifferently at Holy Son Kaiyang and Saint Tianxian. Good character. In order to wait for the birth of the 10,000 Dragons Dojo, I have to wait for more than 10 years in the true body realm, which is really hard for you. After her words fell, Holy Son Kaiyang and Holy Lady Tianxian both showed surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they felt honored to be praised by the Holy Lord, even if they were the Holy Son and Holy Lady of the Eternal Holy Land. This time Fluplight will enter the Wanlong Dojo with you. Then take care of it. If something happens to Yao Guang. However, he heard the Eternal Holy Lord change his subject and spoke directly without shying away from his preference for Yang Hao. The faces of Saint Kaiyang and Saint Tianxian changed slightly when they heard this, and they both subconsciously looked at Yang Hao, who was lazily beside the Eternal Saint Lord. Only then did they realize that the reason why the Holy Lord praised them was just to let them take care of this guy, Holy Son of Light. As the Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land, they naturally knew about Holy Son Yaoguang, and had heard some ridiculous things about Holy Son Yaoguang. Neither Kai Yang nor Tianxian looked down upon Yaoguang in their hearts, thinking that Yaoguang's son was just a waste relying on the favor of the Holy Lord. Now I know that I will go with Holy Son of Light this time, and even protect and look after him. Although the two of them were extremely respectful to the Eternal Holy Lord on the surface, they were quite unhappy on the inside. I didn't expect that the Holy Son of Yaoguang would also go to Wanlong Dojo. It seems that the Holy Son of Fluctuating Light has been engraved with the symbol of eternal life, which is really gratifying. But Holy Master, although the 10,000 Dragons Dojo has great opportunities, it is not without dangers. If the divine weapon is revealed in the Wanlong Dojo, it will be swallowed by the dragon's energy. In addition, monsters from other holy places will enter. Holy Son of Light, please pay special attention to safety. At this time, the old man who came with the two men coughed and said. The implication was that he obviously disapproved of Yang Hao going to Wanlong Dojo. However, when the Eternal Holy Lord heard this, he said without saltiness. Because of this, I just let the two little guys Kai Yang and Tianxian take care of Lucky Light. Has a problem? Hearing the words of the Eternal Holy Lord, the corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. Holy Son Kai Yang and Saint Tianxian also felt a little incredible. They had long heard that the Holy Lord loved Holy Son Yaoguang extremely much, but what they heard and what they really saw, the experience was completely different. Just when the two of them had mixed feelings, they were both envious and jealous. Elder Huayan's words reminded me. The Eternal Holy Lord spoke again, but he casually shot out a spiritual light, and the terrifying aura disappeared in a flash and entered Yang Hao's body. Fluck Light. I planted a seal of immortality in your body. If you encounter a life or death crisis, the seal of eternal life will be released. Remember, this time you enter the Wanlong Dojo, your task is to absorb the dragon energy, get opportunities, and don't be afraid of danger. Hearing the words of the Eternal Holy Lord, the whole place was silent. At this moment, Holy Son Kai Yang and Holy Lady Tianxian felt the gap between people. They were both at the level of the Holy Son, but looking at them in front of the Holy Lord, the gap between them and the Holy Son of Yaoguang. This kind of preference is really beyond their comprehension. On the one hand, they looked down on Yang Hao, but on the other hand, they became even more envious and jealous. Yes. Yang Hao also reacted and felt an extremely terrifying energy gestating in his body, and immediately responded. He knew very well that if it were the original fluctuating light, no matter how much the Eternal Holy Lord favored it, he would not be so exaggerated. The level. But precisely because of the potential he has shown now, it has shocked the Eternal Holy Lord. Naturally, the Eternal Holy Lord will never let any accidents happen to him. Holy Lord, what is the approximate power of this eternal seal? Yang Hao's voice sounded again, and he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Hearing Yang Hao's question, Saint Kai Yang and Saint Tianxian pricked up their ears unconsciously. They were also curious in their hearts. He. At this time, a bitter smile came. The elder who was called Huayan by the Eternal Holy Lord spoke slowly. The Holy Lord gave this Tao seal in the body of Holy Son Yaoguang, although it is not as good as the Holy Lord's full blow. But, if you want to kill me, it is enough. Hearing the words of the Huayan elder, the flying boat fell into silence again. Gudong. Holy Son Kai Yang swallowed hard. A seal of eternal life given by the Holy Lord can kill Elder Huayan? He knew very well that Elder Huayan was an invincible king. The Holy Lord of Eternal Life gave such a seal. The Taoist seal is on the Holy Son of Yaoguang. By then, in the Wanlong Dojo, Yaoguang can walk sideways. Then they still need to take care of this guy? Who dares to provoke this guy? Who has already stepped in with half a foot? Coffin. There was silence for a long time. Under the terrifying aura of the Eternal Holy Lord, no one in the flying boat spoke again, letting time pass by. All right. Arrive. At this time, the Eternal Holy Lord spoke indifferently. Hualong Dojo, she finally arrived at the speed of her flying boat. Roar! Roar! Stepping out of the flying boat and floating in the void, before he could take a closer look, Yan Hao could feel the terrifying roars coming continuously, and the whole world was shaking. He squinted his eyes and saw a desolate scene in front of him. Looking far into the distance, he could see that everything was scorched earth. It can be vaguely seen that there seems to be traces of yellowish aura in the air, constantly overflowing from the cracks in the void. Here, it is a ruin, but it is not deserted. In Yang Hao's sight, he could see many figures standing in the void in the distance. These figures all exude a terrifying aura. They are obviously strong men. Hualong Dojo is right here. The time came just right. The dragon energy is already overflowing, and it seems that within a few moments, the 10,000 Dragons Dojo, which is born once in 1,000 years, will appear. The Huayan elder appeared and said casually to Yang Hao and the other two people. Met the Holy Lord. I never thought that the Holy Lord would come in person. It was really disappointing to meet him from afar. Just as he was talking, several figures of powerful men approached in the distance. They were all powerful men from other holy lands, and they were all surprised by the appearance of the Eternal Holy Lord. Don't worry about me. This time the 10,000 Dragons Dojo is born. The people of my Eternal Holy Land will be the first to enter. The Eternal Holy Lord appeared calmly. Facing these powerful men from other holy places, he still didn't care at all, with an unquestionable tone in his tone. When the Holy Lord comes, face will naturally be given. One of the beings with a powerful aura said immediately. The strong men from other holy places also nodded and did not refuse. Everyone understood that secret places like Hualong Dojo were born, and the sooner they entered, the greater the benefits they would get. However, these secret places are jointly controlled by several major holy places, and the Holy Land of Eternal Life is the strongest among them. However, there are only a few places to be admitted first. Who dares to say more? When Yan Hao saw the robes of these powerful men, his mind overturned, corresponding memories gradually appear. People from the Holy Land of Qiankuan and Yinyang Holy Land. This 10,000 Dragons Dojo should be jointly controlled by the three holy places. It's just that these strong men are guarding this place right now, but no one else has entered the dojo. When he noticed the people in the Yinyang Holy Land, he naturally thought of Fan Lai, who had already thrown himself into the Yinyang Holy Land. Originally, as Fan Lai, he should not be qualified to enter the 10,000 Dragons Dojo. But as the protagonist, I can't judge it with common sense. If he is here, kill him directly to avoid long nights and dreams. Fan Lai is the old enemy of Holy Sun Yaoguang, and he has the fate of the protagonist. Naturally, Yan Hao is full of murderous intentions in his heart. But looking around, although the Yinyang Holy Land side saw several geniuses with extraordinary appearance, he did not see any. Fan Lai's shadow. Roar! At this moment, another shocking dragon roar came. The whole world seemed to be shattered under this dragon roar. For a moment, a large amount of the thin yellow air surged out, carrying a huge pressure. Hualong Dojo was born! Some strong men exclaimed. The originally desolate wasteland below was suddenly covered by clear golden light. There seemed to be mysterious water ripples one after another. The space inside was extremely unstable. If a slightly more powerful existence entered, it is very likely that the sudden water ripples will be completely shattered. Seeing this scene, many strong men erupted into the sky and completely blocked the space around the place where the strange phenomenon occurred. On the one hand, it was to stabilize this space. On the one hand, no one can enter without authorization. There is no doubt that this place where the strange phenomenon suddenly appeared is the entrance to the Hualong Dojo. Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Tianxian. You go in. At this time, the Huayan elder was also sealing this area of the world. While he was sealing the seal, he said, Walk. After hearing the words, Holy Sun Kaiyang perked up and turned into a rainbow, heading towards the entrance. The strong men who blocked the world did not stop him when they saw Holy Sun Caiyang. Saint Tianxian also hurriedly followed. And go. Pity. He actually didn't come. Seeing this scene, Yang Hao shook his head with regret. He observed carefully, especially in the Yin and Yang Holy Land, Fang Lai was not seen. Otherwise, outside the Wanlong Dojo, he would have shot this person on the spot. Kill. After confirming that Fang Lai had not arrived, Yang Hao also flew into the entrance of Wanlong Dojo. After seeing everyone in the Holy Land of Eternal Life entering, they waited for about half an hour. A group of strong men who suppressed the world tacitly moved the others. The monsters from the Holy Land are gradually put in. First the monsters from the Yin Yang Holy Land enter first, and then the slightly weaker Qiankun Holy Land. Every time a batch of monsters is put in, they wait for half an hour. The ranks are clear and extremely realistic. When the last batch is after the monsters from the Qiankun Holy Land entered the Wanlong Dojo, all forces prepared to completely seal the void. Suddenly, a figure that reached the sky and the earth descended. Holy Lord of Yin and Yang? Many powerful people looked sideways, and they were extremely surprised. They never thought that when the 10,000 Dragons Dojo was born today, 2 Saint Lord level figures would come to it one after another. It is really rare. Don't ban it. Our Yin Yang Holy Land has just given birth to a holy son. It coincides with the birth of Wanlong Dojo. It is also his chance, so he is allowed to enter first. Holy Lord Yin Yang spoke, and then waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a tall young man appeared. If Yang Hao were here, he would definitely recognize that this newly promoted holy son of Yin Yang Holy Land is Fang Lai. Yang Hao, who had already entered Wanlong Dojo, did not know that although Fang Lai arrived late, he finally caught up with Wanlong Dojo and was born. Inside Wanlong Dojo. Although Yang Hao, Saint Sun Caiyang, and Saint Tianxian entered the dojo front and back, the space inside the dojo was chaotic and they were directly teleported and scattered. He was looking at the end of the distance at this time, feeling surprised in his heart. Wanlong Dojo is the dojo where the ancient dragon clan once practiced. The physical bodies of the ancient dragons are extremely powerful. The fallen dragon scales are left in the dojo and gradually turn into infinite dragon energy. They will be born once every 1,000 years. When the energy is gone, they will be sealed again. Because of this, every time Wanlong Dojo is born, dragon energy is vented in the dojo. These dragon energy are sharp but lack stamina, but they carry a trace of the blood of the ancient dragon clan, which is the treasure for sharpening the body. Entering the Wanlong Dojo is to collect the dragon energy that appears in the Wanlong Dojo and use it to sharpen the physical body and open up the physical body. Only, why do I feel that these dragon energies are much more than what my aunt said? Yang Hao looked at Tia K in the distance with a strange expression. This is a small world of pitch black and boundless space. Only at the end of the sky is an extremely rich orange color, which turns into the shape of a dragon and keeps circling. Everything is filled with dragon energy. Just by looking at it, there are more than 10,000 dragon energy gathering. You must know that the dragon energy in Wanlong Dojo does not really have tens of thousands of paths. On the contrary, after countless years of catharsis, the dragon energy in this 10,000 Dragons Dojo has become much scarcer. Not to mention Wan Dao, if you enter Wanlong Dojo and encounter thousands of dragon energies, it will be a great opportunity. Because of this, the earlier those who enter the Wanlong Dojo, the greater the advantage. After all, the dragon energy of Wanlong Dojo is limited every time. If one is collected, one less one will be taken away. Once the dragon energy is consumed, Wanlong Dojo will be closed again. One step disappears and the other increases. Naturally, one step is faster, and the other is faster. But at this time, Yang Hao looked at the dragon energy surging at the end of the horizon, which had formed a golden ocean. At least there are more than 100,000 dragon energy gathered together. Yang Hao took a deep breath, and there was a hint of excitement in his heart. His fingers were playing with a little yellow and transparent air mass at the moment, which was the dragon energy he had collected just now. The dragon energy was getting lighter little by little, seemed to be completely absorbed by him. It is indeed the dragon energy left over from the ancient dragon clan. It has only been refined once, and I can feel that my physical body is rapidly becoming stronger. The most amazing thing is, as I refine the dragon energy, the billions of restless cells in my body seem to be shocked in an instant. My whole physical body seems to be waking up. The body refining effect is really too strong. This place is truly a treasure. Yan Hao's eyes were sharp. He stepped on his feet, bursting out at extremely high speed, heading towards the end of the world. When Yan Hao discovered that 100,000 dragon energies were gathering in another space of Wanlong Dojo. How come there is no dragon energy? Impossible! It was clear that just now outside the Wanlong Dojo, one could feel the extremely surging dragon energy bursting out. Why can't I see a dragon aura after entering Wanlong Dojo? Kaiyang Holy Sun seemed to have gone crazy at this moment, galloping and flying crazily in this space. In order to enter the Wanlong Dojo to refine dragon energy, he has been stagnant in the 9th level of the true body realm for 13 full years. The purpose is to be able to develop an immortal body in the true body realm. But when he entered the Wanlong Dojo with high hopes, he was completely dumbfounded. No dragon spirit. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't see any trace of yellowish color. There is only darkness, endless darkness. This makes Kaiyang Xingzi crazy. Not just Kaiyang Holy Sun. Saint Tianxian who entered with him, as well as the evil geniuses who later entered Yin Yang Holy Land and Xiankun Holy Land, all fell into the same predicament as Kaiyang Holy Sun. At this time, outside Wanlong Dojo, Fan Lai entered under the spotlight. A lot of dragon energy. The holy dragon scales should be here. Fan Lai appeared in Wanlong Dojo, and a large amount of dragon energy gathered not far away. His eyes flickered, and he obviously knew a lot of secrets, and his expression was extremely excited. Galloping in the void, Yan Hao was extremely fast. The rich orange ocean in the distance, even though it was far away in the horizon, it didn't take Yan Hao too long to reach the bottom where the dragon's energy was coiled. Every dragon energy is a holy object for body refining. Yan Hao's eyes were bright, and his figure was flashing. He came to the edge of the dragon energy, stretched out his hand and grabbed a large ball of dragon energy in his hand. There were more than 100 dragon energy in his hand. Refining. Yan Hao knew that this was an opportunity, so he would not hesitate. Even without hesitation, he began to refine the dragon energy into his body. After the clear yellow dragon energy poured into his body, his limbs and bones began to greedily absorb it. Earn 10,000 points for refining dragon energy. Earn 10,000 points for refining dragon energy. Earn 10,000 points due to physical transformation. When Yan Hao was refining these dragon energies, the points he received began to soar crazily. Crackling. His body made an extremely clear sound. Faintly, you can even hear the roar of dragons coming from your muscles and bones. His body is undergoing a qualitative change. Yan Hao can easily feel that his strength is improving by leaps and bounds. The effect is even better than taking the elixir from the Holy Land of Eternal Life. Take this opportunity to break through the 3rd level of the true body realm and condense the treasure body, even the king's body, in one breath. Yan Hao's eyes were like a god. He sensed the changes in his physical body and knew that while refining these 100 dragon energies, he was about to break through the realm and enter the 3rd level of the true body realm. Add a bit. The points were directly added to the realm. This wave of points became the help to break through the 3rd level of the real body realm. Suddenly, Yan Hao's whole body burst into light. Dragon roars rang out from Yan Hao's body. At this time, many of the dragon energy nearby were absorbed by Yan Hao's body unconsciously. Really accomplished! Yan Hao shouted coldly, and his physical body bloomed with splendor, giving him a feeling of gold and jade. At this moment, he jumped into the 3rd level of the true body realm, and successfully sublimated his physical body and became the true body. The treasure body is completed! However, at the next moment, Yan Hao shouted again. His body was like a whale swallowing water again, completely swallowing up all the dragon energy. The body that originally bloomed like gold and jade suddenly became as clear as glass. It is indeed the dragon energy left over from the ancient dragon clan. It is really very effective. Yan Hao sensed the power that was constantly coming from his body, and his heart was shaken. Even if the Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land enjoys countless resources, it is impossible for him to improve so quickly. But just at this moment, he refined thousands of after 100 dragon energy. He had condensed the treasure body, and his combat power was at least doubled. Not only that, Yan Hao could clearly sense that as he condensed the treasure body, the originally restless cells in his body were all destroyed. He suppressed firmly again. If the 9 nether prison suppressing technique is used to squeeze the potential of cells, the combat power will rise again. It will be easy to completely refine and sublimate the 100,000 dragon energy in front of you into an immortal body. Yan Hao struck while the iron was hot, and once again began to frantically plunder the dragon energy one after another in front of him, and kept refining it. His physical body began to sublimate again, and it was only a matter of time before he sublimated the treasure body into a king's body that many practitioners could not match in this life. Yan Hao was in a good mood, and suddenly his pupils shrank and his face gradually changed. He just took a startled look, but unexpectedly saw that his points income record was mixed with several strange records. Earned 10,000 points for refining dragon energy. Earned 100 points for being spied on. Earned 1,000 points for being jealous. Being spied on, jealous. Someone. Yan Hao understood immediately. But Yan Hao was not surprised. After all, he was not the only one who entered the Wanlong dojo. The dragon energy here gathered like a sea. It was not surprising that someone came. Speed up collection! Yan Hao did not deliberately investigate. After looking around and finding no other figures, he just changed his strategy. Instead of refining and collecting at the same time, he paid more attention to collecting the dragon energy. Earned 100 points for being spied on. Earned 1,000 points for being jealous. Earned 1,000 points for malice suffered. However, what Yan Hao didn't expect was that the points income record was still flooding the screen. Strangeness. There is so much dragon energy, and I am not in a hurry to absorb and temper my body, but I keep spying on me, jealous of me, and even have ill intentions toward me. Yan Hao narrowed his eyes. He was the Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land. Any evil genius who is qualified to enter the 10,000 Dragons dojo would not fail to recognize him. Things are very abnormal. Who wants to take action against me? Yan Hao increased his vigilance, and began to think in his mind. Wanlong dojo is a treasured place. It is not particularly dangerous inside. Those who can enter are all promising evil geniuses. No one will waste time not looking for opportunities but snooping. His noble son. Interesting. Yan Hao showed a faint smile, and then stopped collecting, refining the dragon energy. Find you and kill you! His idea is very crude and direct. Just pry. They are constantly malicious towards him. There is no need to know the origin of the other party. Once they find it, they just kill it on the spot. Yan Hao is very decisive. At this moment, even the dragon energy is placed first. On the side, the search began. This land of dragon energy is not too big for a practitioner of the true body realm. For Yan Hao, it should not be difficult to find the spying figure. Strangeness. Did you find out in advance and leave? Are you willing to give up the dragon energy here? Yan Hao flew at high speed, cruising around in a circle, but found no trace. He was secretly surprised. He knew that someone was snooping, and it was because of the system. He originally thought that he would be able to find it by surprise, but he never expected that he would find nothing. It's not my style to leave it at that. Yan Hao smiled. He was not broad-minded, and even had some flaws that he had to repay. Since he was determined to find the other party, he would not give up halfway. Time pattern. Backtrace. Mysterious and endless lines suddenly appeared in Yan Hao's pupils. The 10 immortality lines on the supreme immortal bone merged into one, forming an extremely mysterious timeline. Suddenly, In Yan Hao's eyes, this world changed extremely quickly. Time, looking back in his eyes. Soon, a figure appeared in Yang Hao's eyes. Fan Lai! Yang Hao was a little surprised, but he was instantly relieved. This protagonist, who had never appeared in Hualong Dojo, did not expect to enter this place after all, and without any surprise he discovered the treasure land of Dragon Shi Qinghai. Naturally, he also saw it's him. If it was Fan Lai, nothing would be surprising. It's normal for the other party to spy on him and express his malice. Yan Hao chuckled in his heart, never expecting to meet Fan Lai like this. The mysterious lines in his eyes represented time. Continuing to flow, the previous scenes keep looking back. He has some skills. However, the dragon energy is not refined here. It seems that it is going to other places? Yan Hao looked at Fan Lai on the time rewind screen. The other party was very lucky, and he left decisively in another direction just before he started searching this area. Yan Hao could see that Fan Lai was not aware of anything, but the unusual determination to leave. It seems that from the beginning, the other party's destination was not here. Even if Yan Hao hadn't been here, Fan Lai wouldn't have looked at this dragon's energy into the sea. Things are getting interesting, Yan Hao murmured to himself. The next moment he made an astonishing decision. He also chose to give up the 100,000 dragon energy at his fingertips, and instead flew in the direction Fan Lai left. The protagonist's luck? He murmured, then chuckled. Now I see. That's mine. Hualong Dojo is 800 miles away from the place where Dragon Chi becomes the sea. It's good luck to Yaoguang this ways. After I collect the holy dragon scales, I will kill you again. A tall young man with a cold face and sinister eyes. He is the newly promoted holy son of Yinyang Holy Land. He is also the evil genius Fan Lai who was once the holy land of eternal life. This evildoer who was born as a domestic slave has unparalleled qualifications. His luck was astonishing and his rise was extremely fast. If it had not been for the Holy Son of Light to suppress him, he would have already become the 7th Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land. He has a noble status and is appreciated by many big shots. Even so, now Fan Lai still relies on his by chance. He became the Holy Son of the Yinyang Holy Land. His nature was vicious and his flaws would be repaid. Anyone who had offended him would be brutally slaughtered by him one by one, leaving no one alive. The Holy Son of Yaoguang not only suppressed him, he even sent people to hunt him down many times, and he had been hated by Fan Lai for a long time. However, the Holy Son of Yaoguang had a monstrous background, and his previous cultivation was not as good as him, so he had been holding back until now. I never thought that in Hualong Dojo inside, he unexpectedly met Yaoguang refining dragon energy. He has now had several opportunities, and his strength is no longer what it used to be. He is confident that he can suppress the useless Holy Son Yaoguang. Therefore, he just saw Yaoguang Holy Son refining. When he was in the dragon's aura, Fan Lai had already had murderous intentions, and wanted to attack and kill him several times. However, to be able to reach this point, Fan Lai not only had unparalleled luck, but also had a meticulous mind. He did not hesitate to spend a huge price to asking Yang Holy Master to send him to this 10,000 Dragons dojo. Naturally, he had a bigger plot. A small impatience will ruin the big plan. Fan Lai understands this truth very well, otherwise he would not be able to treat him as a humble domestic slave. His origins have reached this point today. Because of this, even if he wanted to kill the Holy Son of Yaoguang, Fan Lai still resisted the murderous intention, fearing that something would go wrong and something unexpected would happen. Everyone thought that the 10,000 Dragons dojo was just a dojo where the ancient dragon clan once practiced. But who would have thought that the real owner of this 10,000 Dragons dojo is a holy dragon? Holy Dragon, the real dragon king of the ancient dragon clan. Legend has it that a drop of the holy dragon's blood can allow us humans to cultivate the holy dragon immortal body. And in this 10,000 Dragons dojo, there is a holy dragon scale, which is the reverse scale that the holy dragon shed. Its value is far more precious than the blood of the holy dragon. If you get this holy dragon scale, you will have hope for a divine body. Fan Lai's eyes showed greedy ambition. Such top-secret information was obtained from an old bronze where he bought at a low price from an unknown ghost market. This is his unique destiny. This time, after obtaining the holy dragon scale and refining it into a divine body, Fan Lai will surely become the unparalleled center of attention in the world. Fan Lai, agitated in his heart, flew towards the place where the holy dragon scale was lurking, following the hints he got from the worn-out bronze. Lai didn't know that at this moment, he had been targeted by Yang Hao. Behind him, Yang Hao's figure was catching up at a high speed. The timelines in Yang Hao's pupils had gradually faded away, although now his cultivation level had already compared to the Dao pattern realm. It was much advanced, but it still took a lot of time to cast the Dao pattern. The most important thing was that he had discovered Fan Lai's traces. Very magical. Although no dragon energy was seen along the way, the treasure body that had just been refined and broken through with dragon energy was boiling with energy and was particularly restless. It seems that where Fan Lai is going, there is really a chance to go there. Yang Hao was also looking forward to it at this time. The protagonist's luck was so miraculous that he was sure that Fan Lai must have discovered the shocking secret of Wanlong Dojo. The two of them walked in tandem, Yang Hao in the dark, Fan Lai in the open, and the Wanlong Dojo was flying through the void. Not long after, Yang Hao's eyes narrowed. Void rift? Yang Hao looked ahead, and in the darkness, a crack suddenly penetrated. As a small world, Wanlong Dojo's space is not stable, and even stronger experts cannot step into it. If such a space crack is normal, Yang Hao would definitely walk around. But under Yang Hao's gaze, he saw Fan Lai staying in the space crack for a moment, then jumped in and disappeared from the void crack. Interesting. Yang Hao chuckled lightly and followed Fan Lai into the space rift. The space shook. Then, countless orange auras surrounded him. Thousands, 10,000, 100,000. After jumping into the space rift, countless the clear dragon energy appeared in Yang Hao's eyes, which was even more terrifying than the place where the dragon energy became a sea just now. The protagonist is indeed extraordinary. When Yang Hao saw the dragon energy in front of him, he couldn't help but take a breath. However, he was not in a hurry to collect it, but looked for Fan Lai's traces again. Soon, Fan Lai's figure appeared in Yang Hao's eyes again. At this moment, he was stepping into a giant door that exuded terrifying pressure. But something strange happened to Yang Hao. In front of him, an almost identical giant door that exuded terrifying pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Strangeness. Why would a similar giant door appear in front of me? This terrifying giant door exudes frightening pressure. The most eye-catching thing is that the pillars of this giant door are covered with dragon scales, which is extremely ferocious. Yang Hao's eyes were surprised, and Fan Lai's figure was already in his sight. Stepping into the giant door in front of him, he wanted to follow, but found that he couldn't move. The terrifying pressure surged towards him from all directions. There was only one place where there was no pressure, and it was the same thing that appeared in front of him. Huge door. Obviously, this was to force him to go inside. Is it a test? Yang Hao secretly thought in his heart. He knew very well that even the protagonist had to go through many tests before he got the opportunity to gain a lot. This terrifying giant door that suddenly appeared in front of him was the only way. When Yang Hao comes here, he will naturally not retreat easily. Of course, he is not reckless. The seal of eternal life left by the eternal Holy Lord in his body is his confidence. Yang Hao also has a decisive character. Since he cannot leave, he should even without thinking, he slowly walked into the terrifying giant door in front of him. Roar! Forbidden area. Trespassers shall die! As soon as Fang stepped into the giant door, the situation suddenly changed in front of Yang Hao's eyes, and a golden dragon exuding a terrifying aura appeared in front of him. Then, he slapped it with a claw inexplicably. Kindness? Originally, Yang Hao couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this giant golden dragon. Although the ancient dragon clan has disappeared from Ziwei Star for many years, the legend of the ancient dragon clan is still circulating. An adult ancient dragon clan has terrifying strength and can easily suppress the king. But when Yan Hao sensed that the golden dragon that suddenly appeared was doing something good to him, the seal of eternal life in his body did not move, and he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. It's a shadow. No fatal threat to me. At most, he only has the strength of the 9th level of the supernatural power realm. It seems that it is indeed a test. Yan Hao's eyes condensed, and the power of the down mark surged in his body. Facing the attack of the golden dragon, he took action suddenly. He pointed his finger into a sword. The Supreme Killing Sword! The technique that the Holy Son of Light has mastered. This is also the first time Yang Hao has used a terrifying killing technique since he came to this world. This Supreme Killing Sword is one of the powerful foundations of the Holy Land of Eternal Life. Even in Hualong Dojo, due to the erosion of dragon energy, weapons cannot be used. But there is still a soaring sword energy coming. With a single stroke of Yang Hao's finger, the 10,000-foot-long killing sword directly cut off the giant claws of the golden dragon on the spot. Roar! The golden dragon was extremely angry and was about to attack Yang Hao again. But a shocking scene happened. As the golden dragon moved, its huge body was shattered into pieces and violently smashed into pieces. The sword energy was completely shattered. Seeing this scene, Yang Hao was not surprised. Although he was only in the true physique realm at the moment, his combat power had long surpassed the true physique realm. The unprecedented supreme level Dao patterns, the top martial arts in the world law, coupled with his terrifying physical strength. There is really nothing unusual about fighting across the border. It's just that he killed the golden dragon in front of him so quickly. If others saw it, they would be shocked inexplicably. It turns out to be just a phantom. No wonder the strength is only in the supernatural realm. If they were all at this level, then Fan Lai should be able to kill them. Yan Hao secretly thought, looking at the broken golden dragon without any flesh and blood. After being killed by him, it turned into a series of phantoms and came towards him. This is... The broken golden dragon phantom poured into his body, and Yan Hao only felt a wave of warmth rising. The shadow of this golden dragon actually contains energy that is purer than dragon energy, and it directly nourishes the physical body without refining at all. The physical body transforms again, infinitely close to the 4th level of the true body realm. Reward after killing? It is indeed a test of the treatment of the protagonist. Yang Hao was shocked in his heart, but he didn't stop. A road appeared in front of him, and he continued to walk forward. After walking forward for several hundred meters, another dark blue dragon appeared in front of Yang Hao. This one was dark blue. The dragon also roared and attacked Yang Hao without any reason. The result is self-evident. Although this dark blue dragon was much stronger than Yang Hao, it was still easily killed by Yang Hao very quickly. After the killing, the same scene appeared again. The broken shadow of the dark blue dragon poured into Yang Hao's body. Yan Hao immediately broke through the 3rd level of the true body realm. Just like that, he moved forward. The speed of moving forward was extremely fast. At the same time, in another world inside the gate, Fan Lai, who encountered various ancient dragon phantoms like Yang Hao, also had the ability to kill these giant dragons, but the speed of killing the dragons was far inferior to Yang Hao. Unknowingly, in a short time, Yang Hao was already far behind. The treasure body has been upgraded to a king body. After killing a giant dragon again, Yan Hao's body was crystal clear, with golden light flowing from time to time and then disappearing. After killing many giant dragons in the world inside the door, he accidentally advanced his body to the level of the royal body that countless practitioners dream of. My physical body has been sublimated into a king's body, and I can finally use the 9 nether prison suppressing technique with confidence. Yang Hao's eyes flashed. The king's body formed an extremely strong prison in the body, which is fully capable of suppressing the billions of demons in the body. If necessary, it can forcefully suppress the billions of demons and burst out almost unlimited power. Arrived at the exit. While sensing the changes in his physical body, Yang Hao sensed the front. At this time, the road ahead was bright, and he finally came to the exit. After the light passed, Yang Hao walked out. "What's this?" Yang Hao looked around and squinted his eyes. After walking out of the world inside the door, he was in a seemingly ordinary grotto. But inside the grotto, there were a large number of fairy materials and rare treasures accumulated. If it were changed, anyone else would definitely be attracted by the extremely rare immortal materials and treasures in front of them. But as the Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land, Yan Hao has a very high vision. Although most of these immortal materials and exotic treasures in front of him are extremely rare and valuable, but it was not to the point of shocking Yang Hao. What surprised him was that among this large number of fairy materials and rare treasures, there was an open space. In this clearing surrounded by fairy materials and rare treasures, there were a piece of dark and worn-out scales as suspended. It seems that faintly, wisps of dragon energy can be seen emerging from this dark and worn-out scale. Dragon scales? Yan Hao could vaguely guess that the dragon scale suspended in the center had a lot to do with it, but he couldn't figure out its origin. Suddenly, Yan Hao's heart moved and he glanced at the points income record. At this moment, several pieces of information jumped out. Earn 10,000 points for entering the treasure land. Earn 10,000 points due to being attracted to the Holy Dragon Scale. Earn 1,000 points for reasoning and judgment. Holy Dragon Scale? Yan Hao looked at the system's point income record and was shocked. Although Holy Sun Yaoguang was a born villain, he came from a distinguished family after all and knew many secrets. Yan Hao, who had obtained all the memories of Holy Sun Yaoguang, naturally knew what is a holy dragon. I didn't expect that this Hualong Dojo had a holy dragon practice in the past. The phantoms of the giant dragon before were probably formed by the energy that has escaped from this dragon scale over the years. Nice one. Refining the holy dragon scales will definitely bring much greater benefits than refining the dragon chi. With this thing, it is not a big problem to sublimate the physical body to the immortal body. As expected of the protagonist, his luck is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, all the benefits have been taken away from me. Yan Hao stepped forward and collected the suspended holy dragon scale in front of him without hesitation. Kindness? Collection failed. Saint Dragon scales faced Yan Hao's attack and remained motionless, as steady as Mount Tai. It should be that this holy dragon scale has been dormant here for so many years and has been connected with this 10,000 Dragons dojo. In this case, it can only be refined directly. Yan Hao did not successfully collect the holy dragon scales, so he had to change his mind and prepare to directly refine the holy dragon scales in front of him into his body. After it was completely refined, there was no need to worry anymore. Yan Hao made a prompt decision, and directly he began to refine the holy dragon scale on the spot. He did not completely relax his vigilance. Although he got there first, he knew without much thought that Fang Lai would definitely come here eventually. Yan Hao didn't want to be caught at the last moment. Fang Lai fights back. Refining. While paying attention to the wind and grass, Yan Hao began to resolutely refine the holy dragon scales in front of him. The seemingly dark and worn-out dragon scales in front of him began to tremble crazily the moment they were refined by Yan Hao, and a bright yellow color continued to escape from the surface. The pure dragon energy is swaying in all directions. Boom! As soon as Fang started refining the holy dragon scale in front of him, Yan Hao felt his body vibrate, and fierce currents of warmth poured directly into his body like a flood. Incomparably pure, the energy was so huge that it was terrifying. If Yan Hao's physical body had not been sublimated to the king's body just now, the terrifying energy of the holy dragon scale would have definitely caused Yan Hao's physical body to burst and fall on the spot. Make a lot of money! While Yan Hao was constantly digesting the energy coming from the holy dragon scale, he felt his body sublimate like crazy. He had a hunch that maybe his body would sublimate before he had even completely refined the holy dragon scale in front of him. Become an immortal body. Being able to sublimate into an immortal body so quickly surprised Yan Hao. He didn't know that the holy dragon scales in front of him were the reverse scales of a holy dragon. He also didn't know that when he was refining, when this holy dragon scale was transformed, the entire Hualong dojo was shaking crazily. Countless dragon energy surged out from nowhere, causing those evil geniuses who had never seen a trace of dragon energy to they are crazy about it. The countless dragon energy that suddenly escapes from the Hualong dojo is caused by the vibration of this holy dragon scale. One can imagine how terrifying energy this holy dragon scale contains. Even 100,000 or 1,000,000 dragon chi can't compare to this holy dragon scale. As time goes by, most of the holy dragon scale has been refined by Yang Hao, and he has received unimaginable benefits. At this moment, a figure steps forward entering this grotto. His relaxed face suddenly froze with excitement. Looking at the scene in the grotto with incredible eyes, he was stunned for a moment, and the world was spinning. Then, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Flucklight? Why is he here? P.S. The 5th update is completed. Please give me flowers and comments. Your support is very important to this book and I am grateful. Fan Lai never dreamed that when he went through many dangers and prepared for huge gains, he would be intercepted in advance. Moreover, the person who took away the Holy Dragon Scale first was his archenemy, Holy Son of Light. How can it be? Except for me, it is impossible for anyone to know that there are Holy Dragon Scales hidden in Hualong Dojo. Yao Guangming was still refining dragon energy before, so how could he appear here? Fan Lai's face was gloomy, and his mind was extremely calm. If an ordinary person saw his belongings being robbed by the enemy, he would be furious immediately, and rush to fight Yang Hao. But Fan Lai is not an ordinary person after all. After a brief moment of rage, the first thing he did was to hide his body in an instant. Regardless of whether Yao Guan got here by bad luck or got top secret information like me, the matter is now at this point, and he must not be allowed to take away my holy dragon scales. Wait until the most critical moment for him to refine the holy dragon scale and kill him. Everything he gets is still mine after all. Fan Lai is an extremely confident person. He does not believe that the useless holy son of Yao Guang can discover his traces. In his opinion, this is just an extremely coincidental event, and he may not have encountered such a situation before. But, in the end, he will only win a lot of money. This time, it's the same. Fan Lai's sinister eyes were like a ferocious eagle in the dark, staring at the man who was concentrating in his eyes. Yang Hao, who transformed into a holy dragon scale. Earned 100 points for being spied on. Earned 1,000 points for feeling murderous intent. Earned 1,000 points for feeling malice. What Fan Lai didn't know was that even if the system didn't exist, Yang Hao would have been waiting for him to arrive. What's more, when Fan Lai appeared, the system's income records jumped like crazy, making Yang Hao even more aware that Fan Lai had appeared. As expected of the protagonist, he has a great personality. Want to attack and kill me? If it were the original Flucklight, he might really be tricked to death by this guy. Yang Hao secretly thought in his heart. Even though he was refining the holy dragon scales now, he didn't even bother to take a look at Fan Lai's location. But the record of the systems frantically refreshing the screen was enough for Yang Hao to know how Fan Lai was feeling at this moment. The collapse of the dog. The biting dog does not bark. The more Fan Lai's temperament becomes like this, the more ferocious Yang Hao's murderous intention will be towards him. However, Yang Hao ignored Fan Lai, who was frantically refining the holy dragon scales at the moment. Fan Lai may not know that he is getting stronger rapidly every minute and every second. Whether calculated mentally or not, the longer he delays, the stronger he will become. That's it. Time flows, in the blink of an eye. Tens of minutes in the past. Earn 30,000 points for breaking through the realm. Earn 30,000 points for breaking through the realm. Earn 30,000 points for breaking through the realm. The aura on Yang Hao's body became more and more majestic, and the aura of the holy dragon scale in his hand almost became one with him. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through from the 3rd level of the true body realm to the 7th level. Damn it! My holy dragon scale! It actually contains such terrifying power! Let me come, I have already ascended to the immortal body! If this continues, this piece of trash will probably be transformed into a king's body. Fan Lai's eyes were heavy and he was gnashing his teeth. He watched Yang Hao refining the holy dragon scale and his cultivation improved crazily, and he became more and more anxious. This is the treatment he should have. It can't be delayed any longer. Fan Lai now seems to only have the 6th level of the true physique realm, but in fact he has already cultivated to the 9th level of the true physique realm. Not only that, he has also cultivated the king's physique, and his strength is astonishing. Even so, a wave of a sense of crisis has gradually filled Fan Lai's heart. Naturally, he will not think that Yao Guang, who is just an arrogant waste in his eyes, has already cultivated the king's body. But if Yao Guang is allowed to continue refining like this, once after cultivating the king's body, even though Fan Lai looked down on the holy son of Yao Guang, he knew very well the background of the holy son of the Holy Land. He was not sure of 100% suppression of a holy son with a king's body. When his physical body ascends to the royal body, kill him! Fan Lai gradually changed his mind and was ready to go. Finally, he saw Yang Hao's figure flashing, exuding a terrifying aura. Flawless white light burst out from his body. He is about to break through. Fan Lai's eyes flashed with fierceness. Great curse! Yin Yang Divine Fist! Fan Lai's body swayed, and he punched Yang Hao without hesitation. Pei Rant's endless punch power surged with surging blood, shaking the grotto. An ordinary 9th level supernatural power expert, with just one punch, it can easily explode. What's more, when Fan Lai blasted out with one punch, he also quietly used an extremely weird secret technique. This is his real killing move and trump card. A terrifying secret technique from the Dark Age. Not to mention the magical realm, even a prince or even a king, Fan Lai is confident that he can use it. Once this weird secret technique takes effect. Floodlight, go on your way with peace of mind. Fan Lai grinned. He felt that under his sudden attack, this punch had hit the good-for-nothing holy son of light. But the next moment, Fan Lai's face suddenly changed and he became stiff. Finally couldn't help but take action? What secret technique is this? It's quite interesting. A calm and casual voice floated into Fan Lai's ears lightly. Yang Hao felt that his body was a little heavy. This force, my strength, can only be used at most half. Looking deeply at Fan Lai in front of him, Yang Hao sighed secretly in his heart. Even though he had extremely overestimated Fan Lai's strength, but in the real encounter, he still felt that he had underestimated the protagonist. Just now, Fan Lai finally couldn't hold back anymore and took action boldly. If the power of his punch had been the original strength of Holy Son Yao Guang, he might have been blown away on the spot. What's more, what surprised Yang Hao was that Fan Lai took action at that moment. A strange force appeared and enveloped him. This strange force appeared without warning and fell directly on him. Even though he was well prepared, he still fell into the trap. It was extremely mysterious. As this strange power enveloped his body, and he felt a weakness coming from him. This weakness made his spirit weak, his body exhausted, and he could only exert half of his strength at most. The time is very short, lasting less than a minute. Yang Hao sensed the changes in his body and secretly estimated in his heart. If it were any other powerful person in the magical realm, he would definitely die. Even if you are at the prince level, you may still be attacked. No wonder I was induced to send Jian San to chase him before. Although the time is short, in a real battle between strong men, the decisive moment often only takes that little time. What's more, it's not a head-on fight. Pity. Your strength is too weak. Yang Hao looked at Fan Lai, who punched his body in front of him. His pupils shrank, and his eyes gradually became unfocused. How come? Why, nothing happened. Fan Lai, when he heard Yang Hao's calm and casual words, his heart jumped suddenly. The meaning of the other party's words. It seems that he already knew that he was here. And why did he attack with all his strength, but nothing happened? You are not a fluctuating light. Fan Lai felt great fear in his heart. He knows Yao Guang. Every one of his enemies will be investigated and targeted extremely carefully. In his memory, Yao Guang is just a waste. It is impossible to stop what he is doing now. Fist. What's more, for the sake of safety, Fan Lai deliberately used his trump card. But the fluctuating light in front of him was unscathed. Unless it is a king-level existence, it must be a top king. Otherwise, it is impossible. Like this. Hee hee. Yan Hao took a deep look at the protagonist, whose expression ranged from complicated to confused, and felt a sense of joy in his heart. The difference in strength between the two was really huge. From the very beginning, Fan Lai misjudged the situation. Yan Hao is by no means a waste, but an evil dragon that can easily kill him. Immortal body completed. Holding the holy dragon scale in his hand, Yan Hao smiled lightly and spoke. The next moment, the light was brilliant. In an instant, Yan Hao's physical body was sublimated from a king's body to an immortal body. Jiuyou prison. Give me all your strength. The thought came to mind. A prehistoric aura emanated from Yan Hao's body. At this moment, he actually used the 9 nether prison suppression technique for the first time. The billions of cells in his body were severely squeezed by him, providing him with terrifying the ultimate power. He slapped it down casually. The terrifying power exploded. Fan Lai didn't even have time to react. Only a scream was heard. Fan Lai flew backwards with blood, and his body was broken. The vitality is quite tenacious. Has the physical body been sublimated to the royal body? Seeing that Fan Lai's body was shattered by his own slap, but still alive, Yan Hao was slightly surprised. You must know that the power of his casual palm just now was so terrifying that even he was shocked. He was boiling with murderous intent, but had no intention of holding back. Unexpectedly, Fan Lai was just dying, as stubborn as an unbeatable Xiao Chang. However, Yan Hao failed to kill him with one slap, so Yan Hao planned to take action again and kill Fan Lai completely. I surrender. I shouldn't have offended you. I am willing to give up my supreme secret technique, just asking for my life. I also know many shocking secrets that I can tell you. Seeing that Yan Hao had a disagreement, he immediately killed him. Fan Lai, who was already seriously injured, said immediately. There was fear, anger, and confusion in his eyes, and there was a trace of cunning hidden deep in his eyes. However, what greeted Fan Lai? But it was not Yan Hao's response, but another slap. Although he was somewhat interested in what Fan Lai said, Yan Hao knew that the villain died from talking too much. Even if he had an absolute advantage, he had no intention of talking nonsense with Fan Lai. Die. The protagonist is no longer the protagonist. No! Fan Lai was completely indifferent when he saw Yan Hao. The death crisis had already struck. His expression suddenly became ferocious. If you don't give me a way to survive, I will drag you to the funeral. Explode! The moment Yan Hao's palm touched his body, he suddenly felt an extremely strange wave. A broken bronze flew out of his body and collapsed. The next moment, Yan Hao completely smashed Fan Lai with a palm. The earth shook and the earth shook. Fan Lai fallen. The world shakes and vibrates wildly. Damn it. He died and made such a big fuss. Yan Hao's expression changed. He didn't expect that he didn't give Fan Lai any chance at all. The other party died together before his death, which still caused great trouble. A strong sense of crisis struck at the moment of Fan Lai's death. In Yan Hao's perception, this space is trembling. Vaguely, it seems that the space can be seen tearing apart. On the holy dragon scales, the dragon aura that is constantly lingering one after another seems to have become restless. This space is starting to riot. What is that broken bronze vessel? At this time, Yan Hao sensed the changes in the space, and the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger and stronger. It seems, this Wanlong dojo is going to be broken. If you don't leave, if this space is shattered, you won't be able to leave. Although I relied on refining the holy dragon scales to successfully sublimate my physical body into an immortal body. But the holy dragon scale has not been refined yet. At least 10% still needs to be refined. Yan Hao's eyes were heavy. He didn't want to give up the Holy Dragon Scale. His intuition told him that this huge opportunity snatched from the protagonist was definitely not easy. If he retreated now, he would definitely regret it. Give it a try. Yan Hao is not a gambler, but he still has the seal of eternal life in his body to protect him, so he decided to give it a try. So, when the entire Wanlong Dojo began to tremble, Yan Hao suddenly closed his eyes and concentrated, continued to frantically refine the Holy Dragon Scales in your hands. Yan Hao was racing against time to refine the Holy Dragon Scales, but the Wanlong Dojo was in chaos at the moment. The dragon energy all over the sky is gathering like a storm. In the dark space, broken space gaps keep appearing. Go quickly! The space of Wanlong Dojo is about to collapse! A holy son of the Yin-Yang Holy Land was horrified. While frantically collecting the dragon energy that was overflowing at the moment, he used secret techniques to contact the strong men from the outside world to open an exit. They had no idea what was happening at this moment. They were born with great luck. They just instinctively sensed the crisis of life and death. If they don't leave, they will have to be buried here. One by one, the saints and saints of the Holy Land fled frantically. At this time, outside the Wanlong Dojo, there was also chaos. Seal the town! Seal it! There is a riot in Wanlong Dojo! A safe channel must be opened. The space riots in the outside world are much more terrifying than those inside Wanlong Dojo at this time. Many strong men had gloomy expressions on their faces, and they continued to use their magical powers to suppress the broken space. Secret places like Wanlong Dojo are inherently unstable spaces. As time goes by, they may be broken and collapsed. But no one expected that he would start to collapse just a few days after he was born in Wanlong Dojo. Those who are qualified to enter the 10,000 Dragons Dojo are all monsters from the major holy places. They have devoted a lot of resources and efforts to their training, and it is absolutely impossible to give up. Therefore, these strong men are doing their best to stabilize the space and rescue the monsters in Wanlong Dojo. Marquis Tianling! Careful! At this moment, a cry of surprise came. A prince-level powerful man in the Yin-Yang Holy Land was accidentally swept up by the sudden space turbulence, and involved in the broken space. This is a prince-level powerful man. The strong men who can become princes are all monsters who have built a perfect foundation. At this time, they are completely unable to resist the turbulence of space. This shows how terrifying this sudden space riot is. Everyone, please step aside. Holy Lord Jiang, you and I should take action. At this moment, a sky-covering giant hand stretched directly into the broken space and grabbed a bloody man. At the same time, ripples in the void were washed away, and a treasure flew out, emitting a magical colorful halo that froze the void. The Holy Lord of Yin and Yang has taken action. This Holy Lord-level figure who happens to appear here is so terrifying that even space storms cannot hurt him at all. Holy Lord Yin, you suppress the space. The structure passage of this seat. The figure of the eternal Holy Lord, who was called Holy Lord Jiang by Holy Lord Yin Yang, appeared and said coldly. One of her jade hands slid into the void like water, and her endless magical power flashed out, and in an instant she formed a chain connected to the interior of Wanlong Dojo. Why did Wanlong Dojo suddenly collapse? How you must be safe? A worry flashed through the cold eyes of the eternal Holy Lord. Her eyes had penetrated the passage and looked inside the Wanlong Dojo, but she did not see Yan Hao. This was the ultimate she could do. If she enters the Wanlong Dojo, she will completely burst the entire Wanlong Dojo in an instant. Earn 30,000 points for breaking through the realm. Earn 30,000 points for breaking through the realm. Earn 1,000 points due to encountering crisis. The Holy Dragon Scales are being refined bit by Yan Hao. Yan Hao's realm is also improving rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Yan Hao has broken through to the 9th level of the true body realm. Not even close. Yan Hao gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was just refining the Holy Dragon Scale and taking it away. At this time, he had completely discovered the extraordinary power of this holy dragon scale. From beginning to end, he was just refining the holy dragon scale. Scales, without deliberately absorbing the energy in the holy dragon scales, has already sublimated the physical body to the immortal body, and the realm has also broken through to the ninth heaven. If the holy dragon scales are completely absorbed, there is hope for a divine body. The more he realizes the value of this holy dragon scale, the more anxious Yang Hao becomes. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place around him. The original grotto has been torn apart by space. As for the outside world, Yang Hao has no time to pay attention. Fortunately, it is the breath of the holy dragon scale that seems to be able to block the broken space turbulence to a certain extent. Otherwise, Yang Hao might have been involved in the space turbulence at this moment, and encountered the horror of life and death. Even so, Yang Hao also he still understands that it is only a matter of time before this world is completely shattered. Moreover, there is definitely not much time left for him. Practice. Refining. Yang Hao kept shouting in his heart, frantically activating the power of his Dao mark, racing against time to refine it crazily. Click! A loud noise came. Just like broken glass about to disintegrate, the entire space where Yang Hao was located began to crack. Oh no! Yang Hao knew that this space was about to be completely shattered. Not enough time. Is it really going to fall short of success? Thoughts flashed wildly in his mind. Just when Yang Hao was still hesitating, the supreme immortal bone in his body vibrated crazily. Immediately, a mysterious force gushes out like a flood bursting a bank. This force, like mercury, pours down the ground, and the essence pure to the extreme. The pure white silver light directly overturned the space that was about to be broken. The space froze. Such a power that can even freeze space naturally does not belong to Yang Hao. Seal of eternal life. It was the Tao seal left in my body by my aunt that activated it on its own. Yang Hao was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that at the moment when the eternal seal was activated, the broken space seemed to be stopped. Enough. It only takes this moment to completely refine the holy dragon scale. Yang Hao pushed the Tao pattern crazily, and the holy dragon scale became closer and closer to him. About a minute later. It's done! Yang Hao was overjoyed and took the holy dragon scale directly into his body. He was about to escape, but he was suddenly stopped. I see. This holy dragon scale turned out to be the dragon's reverse scale. Most of the dragon energy in the entire Wanlong Dojo was born from the holy dragon scales. The cooperation between Holy Dragon Scale and Wanlong Dojo is beyond my imagination. Fine. I didn't choose to escape. After refining the Holy Dragon Scale, I can teleport directly to any place in Wanlong Dojo. Yang Hao never thought that after he refined the Holy Dragon Scale, a piece of information about the Holy Dragon Scale appeared in his mind. This Holy Dragon Scale is much more precious than he imagined. Teleport! Yang Hao did not hesitate at that moment, and directly urged the Holy Dragon Scale to teleport away. The next moment he left, he lost the power of the Eternal Seal, and this space was completely shattered, leaving only endless space turbulence raging. Fang Lai. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, how could I have such an opportunity? Teleporting away from the place where the Holy Dragon Scale was originally placed, Yang Hao reappeared in the relatively safe space of Wanlong Dojo. He absorbed the information of the Holy Dragon Scale and couldn't help but feel excited. This Holy Dragon Scale, and his unexpected effects. Dragon Spirit. Receive! He soared into the relatively safe void and struck out the Holy Dragon Scales. Then, a horrifying scene happened. At this moment, in the Wanlong Dojo, hundreds of thousands of dragon energies were rushing towards the place where Yang Hao was. The Holy Dragon, the dragon scales shone brightly in the void. All these priceless dragon energy poured into the Holy Dragon Scales. In just a moment, Yang Hao activated the Holy Dragon Scales and absorbed most of the dragon energy. Wanlong Dojo is about to collapse completely. Time to go. Unfortunately, Yan Hao sensed that this relatively safe space was also coming from a large amount of dragon energy, which attracted the space turbulence. This space also began to be shattered. However, Yan Hao has already gained from this trip. Satisfied, he can slowly digest it when he returns. Without a trace of hesitation, he stood upright and urged the Holy Dragon Scales to move towards the space channel built by the Eternal Holy Lord. Yan Hao's figure slowly stepped out of the space passage, handsome and calm and leisurely. Compared with the embarrassment in which other saints escaped, it is really hard to help but look at them with side eyes. "Hao, are you okay?" As soon as he appeared, he heard the voice of the Eternal Holy Lord reaching his ears. "It's okay, I gained a lot." Yan Hao smiled and gestured to the Eternal Holy Lord. After hearing what Yan Hao said, the Eternal Holy Lord nodded and gradually felt relieved. "The Holy Son of Shaking Light, can we see traces of the Holy Son of Tianyang?" At this time, a strong man from the Yin-Yang Holy Land flew over and asked Yan Hao. All the strong men could sense that most of the Wanlong dojo had been destroyed. As the last one to step out, Yan Hao naturally attracted attention. "Holy Son of Tianyang? Do not know." Yan Hao heard the words and said casually. Although he has never heard of the name Tianyang, he has heard about the Holy Son and Saint of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. This is obviously the newly named Holy Son, and it is almost the same. That's fierce. "The Holy Son of Tianyang is Fan Lai, do you know it now?" This strong man from Yin Yang Holy Land, he asked in a deep voice with a bad tone. He naturally knows the name of Yaoguang Holy Son. He even knew about the relationship between Fan Lai and Yan Hao. Seeing that he finally walked out, but Fan Lai still hadn't walked out, he couldn't help but guess that the two of them would probably fight in Wanlong Dojo. Roll. When Yan Hao heard this, he looked at this person as if he were a fool, and then spoke coldly and without courtesy. With his identity, he would not deliberately cover up the killing of Fan Lai. Killing means killing. But faced with such a stranger, he dared to question him. He didn't have the patience to waste words. I have long heard that Holy Son Yaoguang is domineering and arrogant, and he truly deserves his reputation." The strong man from Yin Yang Holy Land did not expect that Yan Hao would directly humiliate him like this. He immediately snorted coldly, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Blood rained down. Something happened that stunned everyone. This strong man from the Yin Yang Holy Land suddenly broke into pieces and fell directly. "Holy Lord Yin! Take care of your dog. My Holy Son of the Eternal Holy Land does not need to accept the interrogation of your Yin Yang Holy Land." The voice of the Eternal Holy Lord echoed calmly in the void, causing everyone's heavenly spirits to tremble and give birth to a bone-chilling chill. "Protect your shortcomings. Too protective." The strong man from the Yin Yang Holy Land just mocked the Holy Son of Shaking Light. This a holy master actually took action without hesitation. A powerful man at the princely level died at the last word. How could they not feel chills in their hearts? Hee. A strong man in the Yin Yang Holy Land fell, but he heard the Yin Yang Holy Master smiling cheerfully. "I have long heard that Holy Lord Jiang prefers Holy Son of Light, and I have seen it today. However, being too pampered is not a good thing for Holy Son Yaoguang. That's all. If a little guy who has just been promoted to Saint Son dies, he will die. But this little guy's fiancée knows about this and is afraid she won't let it go. Holy Master Jian will not interfere in matters between juniors, right?" The Yin Yang Holy Lord's laughing voice echoed, with an understatement in his tone, as if the person who was just slapped to death by the Eternal Holy Lord was not a person from the Yin Yang Holy Land. "Matters between juniors should naturally be resolved by the juniors," the Eternal Holy Lord said calmly. "That would be good." Holy Lord Yin Yang's laughter continued. The whole place was silent, and no one dared to intervene in the conversation between the two holy masters. The scene was silent for a moment, and under everyone's gaze, gradually, the space channel of Wanlong Dojo was completely broken. Since Yan Hao walked out, no one has walked out of it. Completely shattered. From then on, there was no Wanlong Dojo in Ziwei Star. Someone murmured to themselves, sighing with regret. With the eternal Holy Lord protecting the way, after the Hualong Dojo is destroyed, nothing will happen all the way back to the eternal Holy Land. The Saint Yulan of Enyang Holy Land has some talent and luck. But for Hauer, there is no need to pay special attention. The most urgent task now is to absorb the gains from this time after returning, break through the real body realm as soon as possible, and awaken the special immortal body. This is the immortal body list. Just think about it, and see what kind of immortal body you are suitable for, then invest resources and cultivate deliberately. Once the special immortal body is condensed, you can begin to formally practice the 9 nether prison suppressing technique. After returning to the Holy Land, the eternal Holy Lord threw a jade slip to Yang Hao, and then said to Yang Hao. She naturally saw that Yang Hao had sublimated into an immortal body at this time, and she was even more satisfied with Yang Hao. Yes. Yang Hao naturally didn't take Fang Lai's fiancée, the saint, to heart. The protagonists were all slaughtered by him. Even if this saint was the heroine, he wouldn't care. If she dared to come to him and cause trouble, he would suppress her on the spot. Even if you don't cause trouble for him, when he is free, he will personally take action and eradicate the roots. As a villain, he will not have any thoughts of pity. But Yang Hao's mind is not here at the moment. After bidding farewell to the eternal Holy Lord, returned to his Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Immortal Body List. Yang Hao sank his mind into the jade slip given to him by the eternal Holy Lord. Number 1 on the Immortal Body List, Tao Immortal Body. Second on the Immortal Body List, Chaos Immortal Body. Third on the Immortal Body List, Tian/Sun Immortal Body. Number 100 on the Immortal Physique List, Wood Spirit Immortal Physique. Suddenly, information after information was absorbed by him, and he understood. The true body realm sublimates the physical body, allowing the physical body to grow infinitely. When you break through the true body realm, the physical body will be permanently fixed. After that, as the strength becomes stronger, it will be difficult to sublimate and grow the physical body again. This is also the reason why the true body realm is the second basic realm. If I break through now, I will most likely be able to condense the Tyrant Dragon Immortal Physique, which ranks 7th on the Immortal Physique ranking. Yang Hao sensed the information in the Immortal Body List. The jade slip given to him by the Eternal Holy Lord was not just a list. It also recorded and detailed the paths of many immortal bodies. This is the history of the Eternal Holy Land for countless years. Although the method in the jade slip may not necessarily be successful in condensing a profound foundation, it can greatly increase the chance. Just this jade slip of the Immortal Physique List is priceless and immeasurable. Hee. And he may not think of it. Immortal body is not my limit yet. Yang Hao chuckled lightly at this moment, put away the Immortal Body List, and used his backhand to sacrifice the Holy Dragon Scales. The immortal body is not his goal. With the Holy Dragon Scales around, it is only a matter of time before the immortal body can be upgraded to a divine body. Pity. The divine body is made by nature, unlike the immortal body which still has traces to follow. Otherwise, you can ask your aunt for advice. Yang Hao shook his head. He had no hidden clumsy thoughts. It's just that once the physical body is sublimated into a divine body, it has no permanent shape and no ranking. What kind of divine body can be condensed when it finally breaks through, let alone the Eternal Holy Lord, even the Great Emperor cannot predict. I don't know what divine body I will eventually condense. Yang Hao's eyes were like a god, and he began to concentrate on absorbing the Holy Dragon Scale again. There are millions of dragon energy in the Holy Dragon Scale, and its body is the dragon's reverse scale. It contains endless energy, and it will naturally take a long time to absorb it. Time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During this period, Holy Sun Kaiyang and Holy Lady Tianxian, who also returned from Hualong Dojo, broke through one after another and condensed extremely powerful special powers. Immortal bodies proved their talents. On this day, Dangxian Tower. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with Dao pattern appeared. He seemed ordinary, but his aura was as vast as the abyss. Dengxian Tower. As the Eternal Holy Lord, the cave is located in an important place. But the middle-aged black-robed man fell directly into the immortal climbing tower. Looking at the back of the Eternal Holy Lord, he slowly said, "Holy Lord, how have you considered the old man's proposal? Chong'er's rise against the heavens has been completed, and he will definitely become another sage in my holy land of eternal life in the future. There is even a slight chance of becoming the great emperor. The great age is approaching. Although I know that the Holy Lord prefers Flucklight, Chong'er is obviously more worthy of the position of Holy Son. I heard that Yao Guang made great achievements in Walong Dojo a few days ago, and I think it's not far away to enter the magical realm. If the Holy Lord agrees, the old man is willing to give Fluttering Light a ray of Amber Soul as compensation. The position of the Holy Son has been determined. Why should the Great Elder be persistent anymore? Within 100 years, Tianquan will definitely be able to break through. By then, there will naturally be vacant seats for the Holy Son. With Xiao Chang's appearance, there must be no surprises." The Eternal Holy Lord turned around slowly, looked at the middle-aged man in black robe, and said slowly, "This middle-aged man in black robe is the Great Elder of the Holy Land of Eternal Life. He has a very high status and is extremely powerful." 100 years? The Great Elder snorted coldly when he heard this and said, "Why should the Holy Lord pretend to be confused with the old man? Next year. It is the day when the soul of the great emperor in the immortal tomb will give lectures. Chong'er is definitely not to be missed. Yao Guang is still stuck in the Rio body realm. Even if he breaks through by chance, it is almost impossible to build a foundation next year. Without a perfect foundation, what's the use of listening to the great emperor's teachings? Add a hint of Xuanwu's spirit. Please also ask the Holy Lord to fulfill it." The Great Elder gritted his teeth slightly and said with a look of physical pain, "The position of the Holy Son and Saint Daughter of the Eternal Holy Land has been established since the Eternal Holy Land. In order to reveal the special status of the Son and Saint Daughter, there have always been only 7 in each generation. Unless the above, if a generation of saints dies or becomes an elder, otherwise there will be no change in the number of seats of the saints and saints. The position of Fluttering Light is the last seat of the saints and saints of the generation of saints and saints in the Eternal Holy Land. That's why. Only then did Yang Hao's predecessor suppress Fan Lai. Now, the Great Elder came to Dengxian Tower to ask the Eternal Holy Lord to ask Yang Hao to abdicate. Please come back." The Eternal Holy Lord's face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. Obviously, it was impossible for her to agree to the Great Elder's request. The Great Elder looked at the Eternal Holy Lord, his eyes gradually darkened. "That's all. Since the Holy Lord favors Flucklight so much, for the sake of Chong'er, I can only hold a meeting of elders to make a ruling. Chong'er has been dormant in the Qi and Blood realm for 18 years. Cleanse the marrow in the morning, break the Dao lines in the afternoon. He was also engraved with the immortality pattern and the double pattern of apocalypse. He was promoted to the 9th level of the true body again that night, and is about to condense the 10,000 magic immortal body. With such a monster's talent, there was no suspense about obtaining the position of the Holy Son. It's just that the old man wanted to give the Holy Lord some face and was willing to discuss it. But since the Holy Lord doesn't give him face, don't blame the old man for going too far." The words of the Great Elder made the Eternal Holy Lord's eyes glance over indifferently, but he was not shaken by the words of the Great Elder. "Please, not sent." A cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Eternal Holy Lord. Seeing the Great Elder walking away with a dark face, he couldn't help but snorted. In the past few days, a heaven-defying evildoer named Xiao Chong suddenly appeared in the Eternal Holy Land. Even she couldn't help it. Was alarmed. Just as the Great Elder said just now, Xiao Chong suddenly had an epiphany. In one day, he broke through 3 realms and reached the 9th level of the true body realm. Not only that, Xiao Chong also engraved 2 supreme Tao patterns at the same time, and his physical body was even more smooth and flawless. He directly sublimated to the immortal body. It seems unbelievable to ordinary people, but the Eternal Holy Lord understands that this is a matter of accumulation. The normal cultivation system is step by step, laying a solid foundation in the three realms of the foundation. But Shao Chong is directly in the qi and blood. He continued to forge himself with magical secrets, and finally broke through and shocked the Holy Land. There is a reason for such a miraculous rise. It is not that Shao Chong has no background. On the contrary, his ancestor is the great elder just now. It is precisely because of this that the scene just now occurred. If not for this, the great elder would not come to contradict her like this for a monster. The great elder fought for Shao Chong for the position of the Holy Sun 1 year later. Only the saints and saints of the Holy Land of Eternal Life have the opportunity to listen to the sermon given by the remnant soul of the Eternal Tomb Emperor. That is a great opportunity. Of course, it is not without conditions. If you want to listen to the sermon given by the remnant soul of the Eternal Tomb Emperor, at least a perfect foundation needs to be built. It is no wonder that the Grand Elder will come to the door. Other saints and saints, even Kai Yang and Tian Xian, who have just broken through to the realm of supernatural power, have already condensed special immortal bodies. And the two of them have also accumulated a lot of experience. The true body state stays for more than 10 years. If you are willing, it is not difficult to build a perfect foundation in 1 year. Only Yang Hao. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Hao can become the Holy Sun because of the Eternal Holy Lord. Even the Eternal Holy Lord, even if it was announced earlier that Yang Hao had caused the vision of heaven and earth, no one would believe that Yang Hao could create a perfect foundation before the great Emperor's soul lectures at the Eternal Tomb next year. Because of this, the great elder came to the door. Take back your thoughts, Eternal Holy Lord. I couldn't help but subconsciously look in the direction of Yaoguang Immortal Peak. This old guy really looks down on others. With Haoer's current talent, he will definitely be able to condense an immortal body that ranks among the top 10 in the immortal body rankings. By then, what if you hold an elders' meeting? She knew that Yang Hao had been practicing in seclusion during this period, and he was probably at the last moment of condensing a special immortal body. She was very optimistic about Yang Hao. Once Yang Hao could condense the top 10 immortal bodies, everyone would be silent. But I didn't expect that it would be 3 days later. In the Holy Land of Eternal Life, suddenly the heaven and earth shook. Mysterious patterns fell from the sky and the earth one after another. The momentum is huge, like the sun coming down, dazzling to the extreme. Today, I am Shao Chong. Break the true body realm and condense the immortal body of 10,000 Dharma. A sharp shout resounded, and the Holy Land shook. Shao broke through the realm and condensed his immortal body. It turned out to be the Wanfa immortal body. The 5th-ranked immortal physique on the immortal physique list. As Shao Chong shouted loudly, it echoed and spread thousands of miles. The Eternal Holy Land was immediately attracted by the visions that appeared one after another in heaven and earth. I saw the sun shining brightly, and countless streaks falling from the sky, constantly surging in one direction. In the center, there is a figure absorbing these Tao patterns with great arrogance. The strong men in the Eternal Holy Land were all attracted, and many powerful people looked over. No doubt. Today belongs to Shao Chong. In less than a month, he broke through from the Qi and Blood realm to the Divine Power realm, and condensed the Supreme Double Tao pattern. Today, he actually condensed the 10,000 magic immortal physique that ranks 5th on the immortal physique list. How can this not shock people? Even if it is a holy land where many monsters appear, it is unlikely that a 10,000 magic immortal will emerge after 1,000 years. The 10,000 magic immortal body is the body closest to laws in the world. Once the 10,000 magic immortal body is condensed, it will not be too difficult to build a supreme foundation. Not only that, the reason why the 10,000 magic immortal body is ranked 5th on the list of immortal bodies is because this physique can accommodate all kinds of magic. It has a bright future, will have extremely strong combat power, and is expected to become a sage in the future. With the rise of such an evil genius, my Eternal Holy Land must have endless luck and be loved by heaven and earth. It's a pity that the position of the Holy Sun is already full. Otherwise Shao Chong would definitely have a place. Don't be absolute, I think this Shao Chong is countless times stronger than Yaoguang Holy Sun. I can't say that Yaoguang Holy Sun's status will be threatened. Seeing Shao Chang's birth and his extremely dazzling condensed immortal body, everyone from the eternal saint to the disciples to the mighty and powerful people were talking about it. There is no doubt that Shao Chang's rise is so legendary that even the geniuses in the Holy Land are like clouds and the strong are like rain. They are shocked by him. Ha! At this time, in a magnificent palace, a loud laugh resounded. Chonga was indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect that he actually condensed the 10,000 magical immortal body in the end. Only Chonga deserves the treatment of the Holy Sun. The position of Floodlight can already be changed. The Great Elder, who was wearing a black robe with Tao patterns, was in an extremely happy mood at this moment. It was he who asked Shao Chong to deliberately shine and show his momentum when he broke through. Now, the entire Eternal Holy Land knows that a monster has condensed the 10,000 magic immortal body. He will definitely become a sage in the future. The position of the Holy Sun is naturally within reach. Even if the Holy Lord blocks it, it is useless. How can this not make the Great Elder feel happy? Some people are happy and some are sad. When the Great Elder is laughing loudly in his palace, the Eternal Holy Lord in the Dangxian Tower frowned. In a short period of time, he actually condensed the immortal body of 10,000 magical immortals. Hao's position is in danger. Her heart sank. Shao Chang's momentum was too great, and he had the strong support of the Great Elder behind him. Even if Hao breaks through now and creates an immortal body, there is a high probability that he will not have the chance to surpass the 10,000 magic immortal body. The situation is very unfavorable for Hao. Each of the top 10 special immortal bodies on the immortal body list is extremely terrifying and extremely difficult to condense. Even in a holy land with many monsters, if a special immortal body among the top 10 on the immortal body list can appear, they will be treated as treasures. Because of this, the Eternal Holy Lord, who was originally confident in Yang Hao, is now a little shaken. As the Holy Lord, she can control most events in the Holy Land. However, the Presbyterian Council also has the right to check and balance her. If it is against Yang Hao, if there is a threat to her life, then she will definitely not give in, and the Presbyterian Council does not have the courage. But it is just to deprive Yang Hao of his position as the Holy Sun, and add Shao Chang's evil deeds as a comparison. She can't stop it either emotionally or rationally. Snort! The Eternal Holy Lord's eyes flashed sharply at this moment. So what if it doesn't make sense? She has already made up her mind. No one can take away Yang Hao's position as the Holy Sun. Not even the Presbyterian Council. Just as the Eternal Holy Lord was making a decision in his heart, there was finally movement in the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. A vision quietly appeared, cutting through the sky. The numerous Tao patterns condensed by the 10,000 magic immortal body around Shao Chong, who was about to break through the realm and was as prominent as the sun, suddenly shook. Then, it broke. The world suddenly became dark. Darkness suddenly fell, completely covering up Shao Zhan's broken vision. Such sudden changes shocked many powers in the Holy Land of Eternal Life. What happened? Could it be that someone is provoking my Holy Land of Eternal Life? Wrong. What is that? Only one sound after another was heard, and many strong men rising into the sky suddenly shrank their pupils and looked at the sky. A blazing white aurora suddenly tore through the darkness. Vision. Another vision occurred. Is Shao Chang's immortal body still sublimating? A well-informed Holy Land power spoke, but in the next moment he denied his guess. In the eyes of everyone, Shao Chong, who was originally the focus of everyone's eyes, was teetering in confusion at this moment. How is this going? Why do I feel an invisible force suppressing me? He has condensed his 10,000 magic immortal body today, attracting everyone's attention. This is when he is in high spirits. But the blow came too suddenly. The sudden darkness covered all his rays of light. At this time, he was under inexplicable pressure. Even just now the condensed Wanfa immortal body cannot resist. Shao Chong is still falling. No matter how hard he struggles. As the blazing white aurora in the darkness of Tianke becomes more and more dazzling, he falls faster and faster. This sudden appearance, the vision, is completely suppressing him. Immortal King! The Immortal King is coming to Jiutian! The divine body is born! Who is it? Who caused this legendary vision? At this time, an extremely old and powerful being from the Holy Land suddenly appeared, and his hoarse and trembling voice resounded throughout the Holy Land. Boom! Along with the opening of this old being, a loud noise came. Immediately afterwards, there was a golden light, and fairy music fluttered. A majestic figure appeared from the extremely bright aurora in the darkness. There was no one. Being able to see this majestic figure clearly, one can only feel the unparalleled majesty. At this moment, no matter how proud a monster he is or how powerful a genius he is, he has a desire to worship in his heart, and his body is kneeling down unconsciously. It turned out to be a legendary vision such as the immortal King Lin Jiutian. In the past, the Eternal Emperor caused such legendary visions. Has a divine body finally been born again in my eternal Holy Land after thousands of years? However, the powerful masters of the Holy Land of eternal life were calm at this moment. Hearing the words of the old being, they were all excited. At this moment, all the powerful men were sure that it was not Shao Chong who caused the legendary vision of the immortal King Lin Jiutian. No one would have thought that just a moment after a monster with a condensed immortal body of 10,000 arts was born in the Holy Land of eternal life today, an even more terrifying monster would appear. The birth of a divine body. Only the birth of a divine body can trigger legendary visions. Who is it? Who is it that quietly triggered the legendary vision and condensed the divine body? The great powers of the eternal Holy Land stared intently at the majestic figure of the immortal king appearing in the void. This figure of the immortal king will fall on the divine body, resonate with it, and truly give birth to the divine body. The direction where the immortal king's figure is going is like the shaking light immortal peak. Under the shocking attention of everyone, Holy Sun Kaiyang, who was also attracted, was shocked. He vaguely remembered. At this time, in the Holy Land of eternal life, there was a person who was in the true body state. It can't be his. Fluctlight's talent is not that high. Could it be that an unknown, low-key genius wants to become a blockbuster? The figure of Yang Hao just drifted across the mind of Holy Sun Kaiyang, and he was immediately excluded. Anyone can condense the divine body, but Yao Guang can't. If Yao Guang has such a talent, why should he rely on the Holy Master? Why should he? Suppressing Feng Lai's rise to power? These days, after the rise of Shao Chong, people such as Kaiyang, Holy Sun, and others feel that the position of Holy Sun Yao Guang will be changed. The core reason is that they don't like Yao Guang's talent. Naturally, they will not. I believe that the monster that can trigger such legendary phenomena is Yao Guang. Even though everyone has realized that the figure of the immortal king seems to be heading towards Yao Guang Immortal Peak, everyone subconsciously excludes the holy son of Yao Guang. This little guy. It's true, it surprises me. Only one person saw the figure of the immortal king landing on the shaking light Immortal Peak at this moment. A thrilling smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only she was extremely sure. The figure of the immortal king landed on the Yao Guang Immortal Peak. Someone was shocked. Someone is confused. But more people can't believe it. Although, the facts have been shown. On the Yao Guang Immortal Peak at this moment, the person with the greatest potential to create a divine body is only the Yao Guang Holy Sun. Fluctuating light, divine body? The great elder had already walked out of his palace at this time, looking towards the direction of Yao Guang Immortal Peak from a distance, his face full of disbelief. Is Yan Hao's talent really bad? Otherwise, he can even be called a genius. But geniuses are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. In the Holy Land of eternal life, geniuses are like clouds. In the eyes of the great elder, Shao Chong is naturally first and second rate, while Yan Hao can only be ranked 6th and 7th. Yan Hao can build a king's body, and in the eyes of the great elder, it seems to be pretty good. If you can achieve a low-level immortal body, You have amazing luck, and the Holy Lord has cultivated it properly. But today, the immortal king came to Jiutian, shocking the entire holy land of eternal life. The figure of the immortal king fell without any twists and turns. Yu Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Who can think of it? Who dares to think about it? Maybe it's not him. There is a monster who is going to make a big splash. The great elder still couldn't imagine in his heart that Flucklight would rise, so he could only keep hypnotizing himself in his heart. Boom! But at this moment, another loud noise was heard. The fairy music disappeared. The fairy thunder opened the way. The figure of the immortal king who landed on the Yaoguang Immortal Peak gradually became clearer. This face is very familiar to all the people in the holy land of eternal life. Shake, shake the light! How could it be a fluctuating light? Sage Tianxian couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes suddenly out of focus. Impossible! Am I dreaming? Sage Kaiyang looked as if he was struck by lightning, and his complexion instantly turned pale. The immortal king's vision merged with his divine body, and he was truly the holy sun of fluctuating light. Today, this holy sun has made a blockbuster appearance, and has completely risen. Who dares to underestimate Flucklight? I have known for a long time that Holy Sun of Light is a dormant hidden dragon, and will be born sooner or later. Some people came to their senses and spoke one after another. They knew that from today on, this most unworthy Holy Sun in the eternal Holy Land would become the most evil Holy Sun. Maybe some people once looked down on Flucklight, but at this time, they were all impressed by the Holy Sun of Yaoguang, and cheered for the Holy Sun of Yaoguang. This is not unexpected. In this world of the jungle, only strength can conquer everything. The extremely ironic thing is, everyone was still here just now. They were shocked and cheered for Xiao Chong who rose against the sky. But now everyone has forgotten Xiao Chong and surrounded the new king to the altar. When the disciples and powerful men of the eternal Holy Land were shocked when Yang Hao induced the immortal king to come to Jiutian at this time. Yang Hao didn't know that he had become the center of the storm. Yang Hao felt the power in his body pouring in. Especially when the immortal king's figure fell into his body, he felt that his power increased tenfold in an instant. At this moment, he even had the illusion that even if the king confronted him at this time, he would be able to defeat him. It's not finished yet. My special divine body has not yet completed its transformation after being fused with the vision. But at this moment, Yang Hao still did not forget about it. He could clearly sense his current state. In the past few months, while he was frantically squandering points, practicing the 9 nether prison suppressing technique, he was inserting the holy dragon scale into his body. Millions of dragon chi were completely refined and absorbed. After completely refining the dragon chi, his physical body was naturally transformed, and he jumped from the immortal body to the divine body. He also made a prompt decision and began to break through. So, Jiuyo suppressed prison, the semi-god level secret method like FA began to crazily push his potential. The supreme immortal bone in the body also began to vibrate crazily, causing the physical body to begin its final transformation. Then, there was the shocking scene that everyone saw. The immortal king came to the 9 heavens and fell. Yu Yaoguang Immortal Peak. But when Yang Hao merged the vision, he thought that his divine body would completely transform. Even he himself did not expect that the change was not over yet. The holy dragon scales suddenly turned into a warm current and moved towards his body. The supreme immortal bones surged away. What happened? The holy dragon scales actually merged with the time pattern on the supreme immortal bone. Yang Hao was shocked in his heart. At the next moment, endless mysterious Tao patterns surged out of his eyes. The Tao patterns rotated and the immortal bones resonated. Then, his divine body began to erupt with a crisp sound of crackling. In the distance. Then, it vibrated with a crisp sound. A familiar vision came from the horizon. The river of time appeared again. But it was different from the last time. And another vision has come. How long does it take? Wrong. It's the sun sets over the long river. The old voice echoed again, and the words suddenly became trembling. He understood that everything that happened in the Holy Land of Eternal Life today may be recorded in history. The immortal king is coming to Jiutian. The sun sets over the long river. At this moment, outside the Holy Land of Eternal Life, there were also shocked voices shouting from the mouths of the old beings. Their strength is so powerful that even if they are thousands of miles away, they can still sense the vision appearing in the Holy Land of Eternal Life at this moment. Compared with the last time when a vision of heaven and earth appeared in the Holy Land of Eternal Life, more powerful beings were alarmed this time. Because, the vision of heaven and earth blessed, but most sages have had such experiences. But the legendary strangeness caused by the casting of the divine body elephant, that's too rare. The Ziwei star has only appeared once in 1,000 years. After all, legendary phenomena can only appear when the true body realm is broken through and the divine body is condensed. Visions of heaven and earth, it is possible to touch any realm. Therefore, the vision of the divine body is even more rare, and it is even more shocking. Not to mention, the appearance of the legendary vision this time is unusual. The immortal King Jiutian has not yet ended, and another legendary vision appears again. But anyone with vision knows what this means. Legendary visions are definitely not that simple. If you want to have 2 legendary visions appear in succession in one day, it can only mean these 2 legendary visions were triggered by one person at the same time. A dragon appears in the Holy Land of Eternal Life. Check quickly, who is it? Almost all the monsters of this generation in the Holy Land of Eternal Life have broken through to the true body realm. Who on earth condensed the divine body and caused 2 legendary visions? Voices came out from the mouths of top experts from various major forces. At this moment, the Eternal Holy Land has been completely obscured by the powerful people of the Eternal Holy Land. Even they cannot detect who condensed the divine body and triggered the 2 legendary visions. But these people all know that a monster that can trigger 2 legendary visions at the same time will definitely have the potential to become an emperor. What's more, with the birth of such a top power in the Holy Land of Eternal Life, the Holy Land of Eternal Life has devoted all its resources, and the hope of becoming emperor has become several times greater. You need to know that among the top powers, there seems to be no conflict between wells and rivers. In the final analysis, it is because the strength of the various forces has not truly distanced themselves. If the Eternal Holy Land is allowed to cultivate a great emperor, these forces will naturally be unwilling to do so. The outside world was shaken by the legendary vision. At this moment, in the Holy Land of Eternal Life, countless powerful people in the Holy Land were also completely confused. Just then the figure of the immortal king disappeared, and a long river came from the horizon again, accompanied by a giant sun that shed the golden light of the setting sun, and also headed towards the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Although this vision is not as majestic as the immortal King Lin Jiutian, it has endless charm that makes people unable to help but fall into it, and cannot extricate themselves. Legendary visions such as the sun setting over the long river were revealed by Emperor Kongwen in the past. I never thought that it would appear again today. Who would have thought that the most evil holy son of this generation is not Tianshu or Tianquan, but Yaoguang? The powerful man from the Holy Land of Eternal Life subconsciously spoke in admiration, but his eyes were still filled with shock and confusion. Even for these well-informed powerful men, they have never seen 2 legends in their lives. The scene where the vision appeared on the same day. The fluctuating light has the appearance of an emperor. An old voice swept through the Holy Land of Eternal Life at this moment, praising Yang Hao for having the appearance of a great emperor. For a moment, all the powerful men of the Holy Land of Eternal Life nodded subconsciously. Throughout the ages, most great emperors have possessed special divine bodies. Sheikh Guan attracted 2 legendary visions today. Even though his special divine body has not been completely formed at this moment, no one knows what a special physique it is, but no one can refute the praise of this old voice. On the other hand, Yan Hao, who was absorbing the Changhe Sunset Yuan into his body, suddenly heard the old voice sweeping through the Holy Land in the void. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He was almost so shocked by this compliment that he forgot to absorb the vision. Do I look like an emperor? Although I know this person means to flatter me, this sentence is not a good thing. Yang Hao muttered in his heart, this sentence is too famous. He never thought that even when he broke through, someone would jump out and say such a sentence, which really left Yang Hao speechless. Even though he has killed a protagonist, he seems to be going further and further down the path of villain. Do not care. Divine body, completed! At this moment, Yang Hao felt that his state had completely reached its peak after absorbing the vision of the setting sun in the long river. Immediately, he no longer hesitated. Because the breakthrough that was interrupted appeared again with the second legendary vision, he finally returned. On the right track. The next moment, thousands of rays of light cover the holy land of eternal life. Everyone knows that a divine body will be born today. The canopy of light covers the sky for 9 days, and the shaking light immortal peak attracts worldwide attention. Time body. True immortal body. Dragon body. When everyone was looking forward to Yang Hao condensing that special divine body, Yang Hao was in a daze at the moment. After he reached the perfection of his energy and spirit, he merged the 2 legendary visions with the holy dragon scales in his body. When he truly entered the realm of supernatural power, he secretly had a connection with God. A peerless evildoer like Shao Chong could not even imagine a divine body. But he was faced with a choice at this moment. 3 directions of divine bodies appeared in front of him. Under the induction of heaven and man, Yang Hao understood that he only needed to make a choice at this moment to complete his transformation and condense his special divine body. The divine body of time undergoes transformation due to the legendary vision of the long river and the setting sun and the time pattern in my body. Once transformed, my control over time will be greatly improved, and I will have endless mysterious means. The true immortal body is transformed due to the immortal King Lin Jiutian and the supreme immortal bone in my body. Once transformed, my talent will be unparalleled in the world, and my understanding will be peerless. Even God-level techniques can be understood at a glance. The dragon god body is transformed due to the direction of the holy dragon scales and the body in my body. Once transformed, my body will be unparalleled in the world, comparable to the ancient holy dragon, and extremely powerful. The direction of each divine body was displayed in front of Yang Hao under the influence of heaven and man. He did not expect that others did not even have the opportunity to build a divine body, but he had 3 directions to choose from. If someone were to I'm afraid even the emperor will be jealous. They are all good, how to choose? Yang Hao is also in trouble at this moment. Each special divine body is extremely powerful. As an adult who has traveled through time, his first reaction is of course to want them all. However, there is no such option. Every divine body is so unparalleled that the emperor can only choose one. Naturally, it is impossible for Yang Hao to split into 3 and advance into 3 special divine bodies. Pity. Although the supreme talent of the true immortal divine body and the supreme physical body of the dragon divine body both make me envious, I have the system at hand. Relatively speaking, the time divine body best meets my needs among the 3. Yang Hao can only analyze rationally and start to make a choice. He has unlimited points. Whether it is a physical body or a talent, he can use the points to increase it, but it will take some time. Only the time divine body is mysterious, even the system cannot be seen. I need help in this regard. Just choose to transform into the divine body of time. Just when Yang Hao needed to make a choice, he suddenly. What's this? Just when he was thinking about the choice, the subconscious sensing system, his exclusive panel naturally appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, his panel had some more content out of thin air. Yang Hao's realm, the first level of the supernatural realm. Talent. Supreme Immortal Bone. 3600/10 million plus. Time Dao Pattern, 4200/10 million plus. Time Divine Body, 0/100 million plus. True Immortal Divine Body, 0/100 million plus. Dragon God Body, 0/100 million plus. Master the Skill. Chaos Immortal Sutra, Immortal Level, 150 out of 10 million plus. Supreme Killing Sword, Heaven Level, 9000/100,000+. Joyo Prison, Demigod, 1.25 million/100 million+. Current points, 1.3 million. Points income record. On my panel, 3 divine bodies that have not yet been forged appeared. Can I add some more? Yan Hao's heart moved, and he added the points to the 3 divine bodies at the same time without hesitation. Suddenly, all the strong men who were looking at the Yaoguang Immortal Peak felt the divine light flowing. A huge immortal king once again appeared in Yaoguang Immortal Peak. But at this moment, the shadow of the immortal king showing the face of Yang Hao is like a guardian angel, existing in Yaoguang Immortal Peak for a long time. Flucklight's divine body was successfully condensed. The vision of the immortal king reappears. It should be condensed into a true immortal body like the eternal emperor. This is the physique with the strongest talent in history. The holy son of Yaoguang really has the appearance of an emperor. The voices of strong men came one after another. They all had a keen eye for pearls. Although they did not actually see Yang Hao appear, they still recognized that the body that Yang Hao had condensed was a true immortal body. At this moment, the holy land of eternal life was plunged into a carnival, cheering for the birth of a peerless monster. Real immortal body? After condensing the divine body, Yang Hao's perception was extremely sharp. He smiled mysteriously when he heard this. Everyone guessed wrong. When he was condensing the divine body, there were other visions born, but they were not as powerful as the figure of the immortal king. Everyone was so shocked that they ignored it. The system really surprised him. He originally thought he could only choose one of 3, but when he had a flash of inspiration and added points to the 3 divine bodies on the panel at the same time, a magical change occurred. The 3 divine bodies merged. This divine body of mine is unprecedented and will never be seen in the future. Looking at the panel and feeling everything in his body at this time, Yang Hao was shocked and filled with endless confidence. Behold the divine body of the sun! Please see the holy sun! The holy sun of shaking light, the number 1 evildoer in the holy land. As the vision gradually came to an end, all the powerful men in the eternal holy land understood that the divine body of the holy sun of fluttering light had been completed. Strong men have the reserve of strong men, but many disciples of the holy land of eternal life are not too restrained. They all flew to Yaoguang Immortal Peak with great fanaticism, wanting to see the holy son of Yaoguang with their own eyes and pay homage to the legendary divine body. In a world where strength is valued, such behavior is extremely normal. The holy son of Yaoguang, who used to have a low reputation in the holy land of eternal life, now has a great increase in prestige and has become the strongest holy son in the eyes of many disciples. Not to mention these disciples, even the many powerful men in the eternal holy land are stationed at this time, waiting for the holy sun of shaking light to appear. Today, I forged a divine body to become the most powerful. At this moment, Yang Hao did not disappoint. His voice came out immediately. He naturally sensed the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Yang Hao did not deliberately hide and keep a low profile. That was a very stupid approach. Walking at night in brocade clothes, pretending to be a pig to eat tigers will only make people look down upon them infinitely. On the contrary, if you can take advantage of the situation and gain benefits for yourself, that is what a smart person does. So, he walked out at this time, with a majestic weapon, an extraordinary appearance, and a smile on his lips. An extremely confident smile. The dazzling divine body is shining, and the colorful divine light envelopes him. Every move makes people feel friendly and friendly. The holy son of Yaoguang is indeed a dragon and a phoenix among men, with extraordinary magnanimity. If I can marry the holy son of Yaoguang, then I will be the happiest woman in the world. His smile is so charming. The holy son with such a smile has been slandered by so many people before. I heard that some people poured dirty water on holy son Yaoguang and said bad things about holy son Yaoguang. It is really shameless. It's all jealousy. The holy son of Yaoguang has such a good temper. He concentrates on his practice and never pays attention to the gossip outside. Today he finally proved that he is really a role model for practitioners of our generation. The disciples who can enter the Holy Land are all genius monsters. They all have their own arrogance in their hearts. But now they looked at Yang Hao, who looked elegant, confident and calm, and were completely impressed. One word after another of praise kept popping up, all kinds of speculation and boasting. Especially the beautiful female geniuses from the Holy Land looked at Yang Hao's figure with eyes fixed on him, showing their admiration and love. Junior brothers and sisters, are you laughing? There is no limit to spiritual practice, and the divine body is just the beginning. Flucking light is not worthy of your praise. Yang Hao naturally heard all kinds of compliments. His smile was like a warm sunshine, and he responded in an extremely soft tone. But he was not proud of it in his heart, nor did he take it seriously. He knew the rules of this world very well. Weakness is the original sin. When he is weak, even breathing is wrong in the eyes of others. But when he is strong, no matter how many ridiculous things he has done before, no matter whether he was infamous or not, everything will change in the eyes of others. Even if you don't say anything, someone will defend you, help you explain, and speak for you. This is a trend. From today on, his image in the eyes of everyone in the eternal Holy Land will completely change. Except for the Holy Lord, there are more people supporting him and paying attention to him. These potential trends may seem inconspicuous, but when he really needs them, they will form an overwhelming and terrifying force. This is why he stepped out at this moment and performed friendly, the reason for winning over these disciples. I'm really a born villain. Yang Hao laughed inwardly, and even he felt that everything he said and did at the moment was extremely hypocritical. However, he didn't feel disgusted at all, and instead enjoyed it. Fool these disciples, make them worship themselves crazily, and make them extremely fanatical about themselves. Yang Hao found this feeling wonderful. Neither humble nor arrogant, have your own style. We all misjudged the fluctuating light before. A hidden dragon emerging from the abyss will become another legend in my eternal Holy Land. Even some powerful people in the Holy Land of eternal life nodded secretly, and praised Yang Hao in their hearts when they saw Yang Hao's performance. At this time, their impression of Yang Hao was extremely good. Just relying on Yang Hao's performance today with his talent displayed and revealed, in the eternal Holy Land, if anyone stood up and proposed to deprive Yang Hao of his position as the Holy Son, from the most powerful to the Holy Land disciples, they would probably immediately deny it and then drown him with saliva. Shake! How excellent the Holy Son of Light is! How humble! Such a peerless genius cannot be the Holy Son. Who can be the Holy Son? Nonsense! But at this moment, a cold snort came. A cold snort, filled with anger, commanded the entire audience. Like a bolt from the blue, many enthusiastic disciples felt as if they had been poured down by a basin of cold water, and their hearts felt cold. Holy Lord, what happened? I heard that the Holy Lord favors the Holy Son of Yaoguang very much. Why is it that now that the Holy Son of Yaoguang has created a divine body, he is a little displeased? A series of fearful eyes looked towards the sky. I saw the eternal Holy Lord dressed in white, walking slowly from a distance. She seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact she was extremely fast. In just a moment, she appeared not far from Yang Hao. The displeased snort just now came from the eternal Holy Lord. Everyone was confused. Even Yang Hao looked at the eternal Holy Lord with some confusion, not knowing what he meant. Of course he would not believe that the eternal Holy Lord would be unfavorable to him at this time, but this behavior is really extraordinary. Flucklight has just broken through. It's time to consolidate the divine body. You are so noisy and let the fluctuating light distract you. If the Yaoguang divine body is unstable because of you, who will bear the responsibility? The Holy Lord of eternal life swept over him coldly. His eyes were like daggers, his tone was like thunder, and he was shaken down. Endless pressure swept down. Everyone was silent after hearing the words, and cold sweat continued to break out from behind. Even many major figures in the Holy Land of eternal life were silent. Yes, they are all oppressed by the eternal Holy Lord at this moment, and can't breathe. The Eternal Holy Lord has a humble attitude towards Yang Hao, but it does not mean that the Eternal Holy Lord is the same on weekdays. In the eyes of all the disciples and powerful people of the Eternal Holy Land, they are all majestic and powerful beings. They are usually unsmiling and cold as icebergs. Seeing her anger at this moment, many people were trembling and unconsciously lowered their heads. Go back. Strengthen the body. You are not allowed to leave the Yaoguang Immortal Peak until you open up the temple. Seeing that everyone was trembling and afraid to speak, the Eternal Holy Lord no longer paid attention, but looked at Yang Hao and said coldly. Although the tone seemed cold, there is no difference without comparison. The Eternal Holy Lord said to Yang Hao, compared with the tone just now, it can only be said to be as warm as the spring breeze. Yes. Yang Hao didn't expect that the Eternal Holy Lord would appear like this. He hesitated to speak, but in the end he didn't say much. Instead, he disappeared directly and returned to Yaoguang Immortal Peak. A warm current surged through his heart. When everyone was shocked and praised for his condensation of the divine body, only the Eternal Holy Lord saw another side. Yang Hao understood that how angry the Eternal Holy Lord was at this moment, how much he cared about him. It's a pity that my aunt doesn't know that after the fusion of my divine body, the shrine was naturally opened up. That's all, just listen to my aunt and practice at Yaoguang Immortal Peak first. The Divine Palace is the first thing that needs to be done when entering the Divine Power Realm from the True Physique Realm. Many monks enter the Divine Power Realm. If the Divine Palace is not opened, they will choose to retreat until it is opened. It can be seen that the Divine Palace has a great influence on the Divine Power. The importance of cultivators in the realm. From the perspective of the Eternal Holy Lord, it was indeed too reckless for Yang Hao to walk out of the Yaoguang Immortal Peak without opening a Divine Palace just after breaking through the realm. And you. Within 3 months, Yaoguangxian Peak will be designated as a forbidden area of the Holy Land of Eternal Life. Trespassers will die. As the Eternal Holy Lord spoke again, even the powerful men of the Holy Land froze their eyes and looked serious. This sentence was not only addressed to those disciples, but also spoken to them. But no one dared to offend at this moment. The Holy Lord is majestic, and they also know that a peerless genius who is expected to become an emperor has finally appeared in the Holy Land of Eternal Life. If the foundation of Flux Light is unstable due to some side issues, then the Holy Lord of Eternal Life will definitely go crazy. Just like that, in March in the past. In the past 3 months, no one dared to set foot on the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. The Eternal Holy Lord personally sat cross-legged and hung outside the Yaoguang Immortal Peak to protect Yang Hao. Yang Hao sent messages to the Eternal Holy Lord several times, but all of them were like nothing. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. This aunt who loved him was so decisive that she sealed off everything inside and outside, just to let him focus on consolidating his divine body and opening up the temple. She had really good intentions. Finally, March passed by in a flash. How can the shrine be built? The Eternal Holy Lord, fluttering in white clothes, stepped into the Yaoguang Immortal Peak. Already done. Auntie, you are too cautious. Yang Hao couldn't help but said when he saw that the Eternal Holy Lord finally arrived at Yaoguang Immortal Peak. It's never wrong to be cautious. Has the shrine been opened? Hearing this, the Eternal Holy Lord smiled and said, It has been opened long ago. Yang Hao looked strange. That day, after he selected 3 divine bodies through the system at the same time, the divine bodies merged to form a new and powerful divine body, which is the divine body he has now. The divine body of reincarnation. This is unprecedented in ancient times. The divine body combines all the characteristics of the time divine body, the true immortal divine body and the dragon divine body. The most important thing is that Yang Hao found that his reincarnation divine body can be added. Once the body of reincarnation is filled up, the fusion feature can be triggered again. If I can encounter other legendary visions, I can directly visualize them and integrate them into my reincarnation body. Yang Hao couldn't help but curl his lips as he thought of his reincarnation divine body. Although he has not seen other divine bodies yet, he is confident that his reincarnation divine body will become the strongest divine body in the world as he gradually grows, overwhelming all divine bodies. Have all the 9 paths divine palaces been opened? Just as Yang Hao was retracting his thoughts, the Eternal Holy Lord asked again with some seriousness. I opened 81 sacred palaces. However, the next moment, Yang Hao spoke directly. Speak nicely! The Eternal Holy Lord's beautiful eyes widened when he heard the words, and then returned to normal, with a somewhat reproachful tone. In the realm of magical powers, as the third realm of the foundation, 1 magical power can be ignited in each heaven, and a total of 9 magical powers can be ignited. And if you want to awaken your magical powers, it is necessary to first use the physical body as the foundation to open a divine palace as a place to ignite magical powers. Therefore, the first thing to do when entering the realm of magical powers is to open a 9 paths divine palace to ignite magical powers. The importance of the divine palace is not only it goes without saying that when you first step into the magical realm, it is also the most suitable time to open a divine palace. Because of this, the Eternal Holy Lord sealed off the shaking light immortal peak and urged Yang Hao to open a divine palace. I really opened up 81 divine palaces. Yang Hao heard this and knew that the Eternal Holy Lord did not believe it, so he said seriously again. He was shocked at first. Throughout the ages, the magical power realm can only open up the 9-way divine palace and ignite the 9-way magical power. Even the great emperor is no exception. But that day after he broke through the true body realm and condensed the divine body of the reincarnation Tao, he was shocked to find that there were 81 divine palaces hanging in his body. He didn't even need to open it himself, these divine palaces had already appeared on their own. After being shocked, Yang Hao could only attribute all this to the specialness of the Samsara Taoist divine body. After all, throughout the ages, there has never been such a terrifying divine body as the Samsara Taoist divine body. Let me see. The Eternal Holy Lord saw that Yang Hao's serious expression did not seem to be fake, so she subconsciously chose to believe Yang Hao. But she still held Yang Hao's hand and felt it carefully. Your true immortal body, isn't it? There are actually 81 divine palaces here. The Eternal Holy Lord had just inspected Yang Hao's divine body and was completely shocked. Although she had never sensed the divine body, when she inspected Yang Hao's divine body, she could still sense the extraordinary nature of the divine body of the reincarnation. With her vision and strength, she instantly judged that Yang Hao's divine body was even more powerful than the legendary true immortal divine body. But soon, she was attracted by the 81 divine palaces in Yang Hao's body. There was no point in what Yang Hao said false. In his body, there are 81 palace-like divine lights that turn into star clusters and shine, extremely dazzling. Don't tell anyone about this. You only have the 9 paths divine palace, so remember it. After the Eternal Holy Lord made some inquiries, the beautiful face looked at Yang Hao very cautiously, and did not ask any more questions. The 81 divine palace means that Yang Hao can ignite the 81 magical powers. It is much better than ordinary people. 9 times higher. This is really appalling. I see. When Yang Hao heard the words, he naturally responded immediately. He was not stupid. He told the Eternal Holy Lord that it was because the Eternal Holy Lord was someone he was truly close to. After knowing about it, he would not only not expose it, but would also provide him with great help. If other people knew that he owned 81 divine palaces, not to mention the existence of the Holy Lord level, even the great emperor who had disappeared from the starry sky might return and use him as a guinea pig to study. This is definitely not what Yang Hao wants to see. Seeing Yang Hao's serious look, the Eternal Holy Lord knew that Yang Hao had understood what he meant, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Hao is really getting better and better. She smiled and couldn't help but sigh. It's all because of my aunt's good teachings. Yang Hao chuckled after hearing this. Glib tongue. Hearing this, the Eternal Holy Lord rolled his eyes in a rare and charming way, but then waved his jade hand slightly, and several dazzling little light groups appeared in his hand. Now that Hao's shrine has been opened, these things can come in handy. Speaking of which, the origins of these things are somewhat interesting. When Yan Hao heard this, he looked over curiously. Shao Chong? Yan Hao was speechless as he listened to the Eternal Holy Lord's narration. He did not expect that such an incident would happen when he was refining the Holy Dragon scales in seclusion. Just now, the Eternal Holy Lord smiled and told Yan Hao previously, the Great Elder wanted to let the rising genius Shao Chong replace him as the Holy Sun. However, as Yan Hao condensed his divine body, the Great Elder no longer dared to mention this matter, and even personally sent a few extremely precious words. As an apology, the few small light clusters lingering in the hands of the Eternal Holy Lord are the Great Elder's apology. Howard still strives for success. The Eternal Holy Lord smiled and said to Yan Hao, kindness. Shao Chong, how are you now? Yan Hao said seriously when he heard this. Although he didn't take Shao Chong seriously, sometimes it's hard to guard against villains. He didn't have much temperament, and he didn't know Shao Chong. But thinking about it from Shao Chong's perspective, Chong was supposed to rise against the odds and gain countless glory, but now he was suppressed on the spot. How could there be no resentment in his heart? What's more, Shao Chong's talent is not bad either. The evil genius who can condense the immortal body of 10,000 magics can be found anywhere. The Holy Land of the family is also second to none. Shao Chong also has the background of a great elder. If he has resentment in his heart, he doesn't know when it will cause trouble to him secretly. Although he is not afraid, he also hates trouble. Howard has really grown up and become more and more mature. Yan Hao's words made the Holy Land of Eternal Life secretly nod. She was able to become the Holy Land Holy Lord, but she had seen so much darkness and blood along the way. Yan Hao's worry seemed that flaws would be repaid and she had a bad mind, but the Holy Lord of Eternal Life was Yan Hao. Feel happy. In this era, it is often difficult for kind people to survive. The Great Elder has personally sent him out of Ziwei Star. If you don't become a sage, you won't be able to return. The Eternal Holy Lord said to Yan Hao. Did you give away Ziwei Big Star? Yan Hao nodded secretly. He felt a little pity in his heart, but after all, he didn't know it before. Now that Shao Chong has been sent out of Ziwei Star, he can no longer pursue it. He also understands the meaning of the words of the Eternal Saint Lord. Even if Shao Chong becomes, I don't know how many years it will take for a sage to become a sage. What's more, the starry sky outside the Ziwei Star is not as rich in aura as the Ziwei Star. Whether Shao Chong can become a sage is still two questions. Even if Shao Chong becomes a sage, there will be no way for him to become a sage. With Yan Hao's cultivation speed, he might have become an emperor long ago, and the other party no longer poses any threat to him. Also, he asked me to tell you that he is more optimistic about you and will never embarrass you because of this matter. On the contrary, if you need anything, you can go to him at any time. The words of the Eternal Holy Lord came again. This Great Elder is really decisive. Yan Hao secretly sighed. After all, he is not a brainless person who can become the Great Elder of the Holy Land of Eternal Life. He can send away such a demonic descendant so decisively, and at the same time send a precious apology, and tell the Holy Lord so straightforwardly, look. It seems like giving in, but actually he has great wisdom. Don't worry, you are the Son of God. Since the Great Elder has chosen to banish Shao Chong, he has decided to invest in you. From now on, the Great Elder will also owe you for this matter. If you have the opportunity, you can ask for some benefits from him. Although this old guy has a gloomy personality, he has a lot of good things in his hands. Let's take a look at these divine souls first. The words of the Eternal Holy Lord made Yan Hao completely relieved. His aunt would not deceive him. Since she said so, the Great Elder would no longer be malicious to him. He looked at the few coins in the hands of the Eternal Holy Lord. The flashing light group of Taoist light. Is this the soul? When the Eternal Holy Lord took out these divine souls, the divine palace in his body was always ready to move, like a foodie who smelled the aroma of meat. If the divine palace is the firewood that ignites magical powers, then the divine soul is the fire that ignites magical powers. The quality of the soul determines the level of magical power it can ignite. Yan Hao looked at the soul in the hands of the Eternal Holy Lord and knew that with the Great Elder's handiwork, the soul must be of the highest quality. Amber Soul, immortal level soul, has the potential to ignite supreme supernatural powers. The Xuanwu Soul, the immortal soul, has the potential to ignite the supreme supernatural power. The Heavenly Sword Soul, a God-level soul, has the potential to ignite supreme supernatural powers. Every time the Eternal Holy Lord speaks, a flashing light ball floats in the void and blooms under her control. Divine souls are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. Ordinary souls, low-level souls, intermediate souls, and high-level souls are the final choices for most practitioners with ordinary qualifications. Above the high-level souls, there are super souls and king-level souls. Those who can use souls of this quality to ignite magical powers are often evil geniuses with powerful talents and profound backgrounds. Immortal level and God level souls are hard to come by. Even with such a noble and prominent status as the Holy Son, he may not be able to obtain such a divine soul. The fundamental reason is that the essence of the divine soul is the spirit of all things. Not only is it extremely rare, but it can only be stored for 1 year. A year later, even the God-level souls will vanish into ashes and disappear in this world. Because of this, even holy places with profound foundations do not have souls stored there. Yan Hao looked at the 3 souls in the hands of the Eternal Holy Lord, recalling the information about the souls in his memory, his eyes shining. 2 immortal souls! 1 God-level soul! This great elder's handiwork is really amazing. This God-level soul seems to have been prepared by the great elder for Shao Chong. Now you can only give it to me cheaply. Yan Hao chuckled, feeling satisfied. Although the 3 souls that the great elder gave you are of extremely high quality, however, don't take it lightly. After all, the soul is the spirit of all things and has its own spirituality. You must make sure your palace is extremely strong before suppressing it. If you cannot suppress it perfectly, not only will the level of the ignited magical power be reduced, but its future potential will also be greatly reduced. Seeing Yan Hao's smile, the Eternal Holy Lord reminded him. Hao naturally understands what the ant said. But I am confident that I can perfectly suppress these spirits. Yan Hao said immediately. Even if the Eternal Holy Lord knows that he has 81 divine palaces, he knows his divine body. Yan Hao is very clear about how tough his divine palace is. Whether it is an immortal level soul or a God level soul, he has the confidence to suppress. Don't be too confident. In these days, you will take these 3 souls into the shrine one by one and nurture them. When the time is right, you can ignite them again. As the Holy Land of Eternal Life said, it sent 3 souls to Yan Hao. Yan Hao naturally took it and led these 3 precious souls into the palace inside his body. Comfortable. When these 3 souls entered the shrine in the body, Yan Hao felt that these 3 souls had settled in the shrine, as if they had turned into little suns, providing him with a steady stream of warmth. This warmth gradually, the longer it lasts, it will continue to nourish his body and make his shrine stronger. However, because these souls have not been suppressed, Yan Hao can feel that from time to time, there are sounds coming from these souls. Restlessness and madness. Come to think of it, if the Great Elder had not specially sealed these souls when he sent them out, I am afraid that the 3 souls now in Yan Hao's body would have brought Yan Hao not warmth, but riots. The magical power realm, as the 3rd foundational realm, is to ignite the 9 magical powers. Supernatural power is extremely special. It is the manifestation of the potential in your body. This kind of power does not consume spiritual energy or Tao pattern power, and it is all kinds of strange and diverse. It is one of the methods used by many practitioners to keep the bottom of the box. As the supernatural power is fully unfolded, the ultimate goal is to open up the divine sea in your body. At that time, the divine sea, the physical body, and the Tao patterns will form a perfect cycle, and the foundation will be cast, and the land will be enshrined. However, you have now created a supreme foundation, even a supreme foundation. There is no suspense anymore. All you need is meticulousness, concentration, and care. Next, the Eternal Holy Lord taught Yan Hao all the key points of the magical realm in detail. Yan Hao did not have any arrogance, but listened carefully. He knew very well that the personal guidance of a Holy Lord-level expert must be full of true knowledge and insights, and a casual sentence would be worth decades of hard work for many people. One is willing to learn and the other is willing to teach. Yan Hao's understanding of the supernatural realm has naturally improved by leaps and bounds, and he has gained a lot. I'll stop here for now. Mayan has some things to deal with. I have already given instructions. In the next few days, a large amount of rare elixirs for nourishing and stabilizing the palace will be delivered. Don't be careless. Unknowingly, 3 days and 3 nights passed. After the Eternal Holy Lord finished giving instructions to Yan Hao, he seemed to have something important to deal with, and then left directly. After Yan Hao saw the Eternal Holy Lord leaving, he immediately began to practice. The mind sneaked into the shrine, observing the souls in the 3 shrines, ready to move. Let's take a look at the refining first. His heart moved, his power surged, and the palace containing the amber soul shook violently. The next moment, the heaven and earth inside his body swayed. In Yan Hao's mind, a phantom that reached the sky and the earth appeared. He got the amber soul. The phantom that stretched across the sky and the earth gradually solidified. It was an extremely huge whale that shone in amber color and stretched across the entire sky. Inside Yan Hao's body, the earth was shaking. This is the Amber Sky Whale. An extremely terrifying ancient beast. One bite can easily swallow a king-level being. Yan Hao took a deep breath and looked at this Amber Sky Whale. Of course, this Amber Sky Whale is not real, but a shadow. Even so, Yan Hao can still sense the terrifying aura of this Amber Sky Whale when he was alive. No wonder it is extremely difficult for even a monster with a great background to obtain an immortal soul. Such an ancient ferocious beast must require great power to hunt it down. And whether the soul can be born depends entirely on appearance. The Great Elder didn't know how many ancient ferocious beasts of this level he had slaughtered before he could harvest an amber soul. As Yan Hao's thoughts flickered, the phantom of the Amber Sky Whale in front of him was already attacking him. A terrifying shock seemed to tear apart the space, tear him apart completely. Snort! Yan Hao snorted softly, and the divine palace in his body suddenly transformed into 10,000 feet, and went directly towards the phantom of the Amber Sky Whale to suppress it. The soul has spirit and will definitely inherit the spirituality during life. This amber soul was extremely ferocious during its lifetime, and it will definitely not be absorbed by me easily. Only after suppressing it can he turn it into his own use, completely absorb it, and use it to ignite his magical power. Yan Hao has been prepared for a long time. This Amber Sky Whale is ferocious, but it is no longer as powerful as before. The shadow of this Amber Sky Whale is more of a test of the soul and the stability of the shrine. When he mobilized the shrine the moment he suppressed the Amber Sky Whale, what Yan Hao never expected was that the other 80 divine palaces in his body would also bloom with divine flowers and suppress the Amber Sky Whale's shadow. Roar! In the body, an earth-shattering roar echoed. Yan Hao's palace was as stable as a mountain, suppressing an immortal soul on the spot. Is this over? Feeling that the Amber Sky Whale activated by him at this moment was suppressed so easily, Yan Hao blinked. The Eternal Holy Lord had specifically told him before that suppressing the immortal souls and god-level souls would be very difficult, which made him deliberately cheering up. I never thought that I would be able to suppress this immortal soul so easily. And probably wouldn't have thought that it would be so easy to suppress the soul in front of the 81 divine palaces. Yan Hao naturally wouldn't think that the Eternal Holy Lord would deceive him, so he could only conclude like this. Now that the suppression has been successful, the soul can be ignited to give birth to supernatural powers. Feeling that the amber soul in the palace has completely calmed down after being suppressed by him, compared with the other 2 souls that have not yet been suppressed, it is like a tamed baby, allowing him to take whatever he wants. Yan Hao knew that what he had to do next was very simple. He only needed to ignite the soul to give birth to supernatural powers. Ignite. At that moment, Yan Hao ignited the amber soul without hesitation. The next moment, a mysterious force began to be born from the palace that suppressed the Amber Soul. The shadow of the Amber Sky Whale appeared again. He jumped out. The ferocity was still there. The aura was violent. However, it did not collide with Yan Hao, but burned to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Yan Hao finally understood why it was called igniting the magical power. After the soul burned, it turned into a whale-shaped flame, that is magical power. Swallow the sky. 8th grade magical power. As the power of Tao patterns continues to be cultivated, it can eventually grow into a supreme magical power. Yan Hao's mind was shaken, and a thought surged out of his heart, and he understood and digested it in the blink of an eye. This magical power called Swallowing Heaven is an 8th level magical power. Once used, it can swallow all things and transform them into monsters. For your own use, the power is terrifying. Supernatural powers are divided into grades 1 to 9, and those above the 9th grade are supreme and unparalleled. Most practitioners who ignite their magical powers are below the 3rd level. Even if they are evil geniuses who have just ignited their magical powers, most of them can only reach the 6th level. This heaven-swallowing magical power has just been ignited. It is an 8th grade magical power. On the one hand, it is because the divine soul that ignited the magical power is extremely powerful. On the other hand, it is because I perfectly suppressed the divine soul and released the complete power of the divine soul. I believe it won't take long to grow into the 9th grade. And this is just the first of my 81 magical powers. After Yan Hao understood it carefully, he looked at the system. Sure enough. After seeing the panel on the system, Yan Hao grinned. Earn 30,000 points for suppressing the soul. Earn 50,000 points for ignite mystical power. The system points are still being gained crazily and endlessly. And compared to when I first got the system, I have obviously earned more points. As expected by Yan Hao, right after he ignited the heaven-swallowing magical power, the entry for the heaven-swallowing magical power appeared clearly on his panel. 1,000,000 points. Yan Hao looked at the upper limit of points behind the swallowing magical power. Immediately his heart moved. He had deliberately reserved points after his cultivation broke through to the magical realm. 3 months ago, he had more than 1,000,000 points. 3 after a few months, a huge number of points have been accumulated. Add a bit. He directly added points without hesitation. Suddenly, the points of the heaven-devouring magic power poured in instantly on the panel, directly filling the upper limit of the points of the heaven-devouring magic power. Boom! The moment the points of the sky-swallowing divine power were filled up, the whale-shaped divine fire in the temple suddenly burned brightly and became even more brilliant. 9th grade magical power. Great devouring heaven technique. Yan Hao's eyes flashed with brilliance. After adding more points, the sky-swallowing magical power jumped from the 8th level to the 9th level, and its power was also greatly enhanced. It is also about swallowing all things, and the feedback I can get is at least 3 times that of the previous magical power of swallowing the sky. Keep adding more? Yan Hao became interested. He filled up the points on his panel and transformed into the 9th grade magical power. The great sky-swallowing technique appeared on his panel again. The points returned to 0 again, and the upper limit became 10,000,000 points. The points of the 9th grade magical power, the upper limit has increased tenfold. But fortunately, Yan Hao still has points. With his thoughts, the upper limit of 10,000,000 points for the heaven-swallowing technique was also filled up by him in an instant. Boom! In the temple, the whale-shaped flames representing the 9th level magical power of swallowing the sky burned again, with the potential to burn the sky. The supreme magical power swallows up the world. Feeling the whale-like flames burning crazily, Yan Hao knew that the 9th grade magical power had once again risen, sublimating into the supreme magical power to devour the world. The overbearing magical power that devours everything. Everything that is swallowed by my magical power can bring me feedback 10 times more than the sky-swallowing magical power. With this supreme magical power, the speed of cultivation will be greatly accelerated, and you can have an endless supply during battle. It is truly a supreme supernatural power. Yang Hao was shocked in his heart. He realized that this supreme magical power had a great effect in swallowing up the world. Unfortunately, the magical power ignited by the immortal level soul can only reach the supreme level magical power at most. Yang Hao glanced at the panel with some regret, but was stunned. At this moment, there was still a sign representing extra points on the back that represented the magical power of swallowing up the world, but the upper limit was already as high as 1 billion points. What does it mean? Could it be that by adding points, we can continue to upgrade the devouring heaven and earth, which is already the supreme magical power? Yang Hao was a little surprised. You must know that the upper limit of the immortal level soul is the supreme level, and only the god level soul has the potential of supreme magical powers. It is really shocking that the system can directly break through this limit. Unfortunately, 100 million points is still an astronomical figure to me now. Yang Hao wanted to try, but after spending 11 million points, his balance of points was only over 10 million. There is no doubt that these points are not enough to use this supreme magical power. Full. Let's suppress the other two souls first. Yang Hao was not impatient. He was satisfied with the supreme magical power. The points were increasing every moment, and it was only a matter of time before the points were filled. He entered the cultivation state again and began to suppress the remaining god-level souls and immortal-level souls. Half a month later, the 3 souls have been completely suppressed by me. At the same time, I also ignited 3 magical powers and upgraded them to the supreme level through points. Yang Hao looked at his panel with some satisfaction. In addition to the supreme magical power of devouring heaven and earth, he also ignited the 2 supreme magical powers of Xuanwu Aegis and Bahuang Sword Intent. Of these 2 supreme powers, Xuanwu Aegis is a defensive magical power. The power is extremely terrifying. The Bahuang Sword Intent is an ultimate offensive magical power, extremely terrifying. If you want to upgrade the magical power ignited by the god-level soul to the supreme magical power, you only need 100 million points. Immortal-level souls are a bit different, and require a full 10-fold upgrade. At the same time, Yang Hao also clearly understood the difference between the immortal-level soul and the god-level soul after igniting magical powers. For him, he can spend points to upgrade to the supreme magical power. However, the gap in the points required is still huge. In addition, in the magical realm, other people only need to ignite a magical power to jump to the next level. The 9 magical powers are the 9 heavens. But I am different. There are 81 divine palaces, and I am afraid that every time I ignite 9 magical powers, I can advance to the next level. Yang Hao suddenly realized. Previously, he found that the magical power realm on the system panel was not marked with adding points, and thought that he could not add points. Only now did he realize that it was not that he could not add points, but that the magical power realm was extremely special, and he needed to continuously ignite the magical power before he could enter. Realm. It is very simple to break through the realm. As long as he is willing, he can ignite 81 magical powers in one day and reach the 9th level of the magical realm. However, it is meaningless. If you can't build the most perfect foundation, how can you compete with other protagonists in the future? Everyone with a protagonist is in existence with adverse luck. As long as I relax, it might become my fatal flaw in the future. Yang Hao knows very well that his destiny as a villain will not end after encountering a protagonist. Only by constantly raising his own requirements can he sweep all the protagonists. Pity. The Holy Land of Eternal Life is such a huge holy land, but there is not even a single immortal-level soul. After he ignited the 3 magical powers, he naturally wanted to find other immortal-level souls from the Holy Land of Eternal Life for practice. Unfortunately, he was shocked to find that the souls contained in the Holy Land of Eternal Life were not immortal-level. Don't say immortal-level, even king-level souls are extremely rare. With his current status in the Eternal Holy Land, he can naturally access these king-level souls. It's just that Yang Hao can accept fairy-level souls, but he doesn't like king-level souls. It makes sense. The existence period of the soul is only 1 year, which is too short. Even the Holy Land has nothing to do. However, my aunt didn't know where she went, so she had to think of a solution on her own. These days, the Eternal Holy Lord rarely leaves the Eternal Holy Land and does not know where he is going. On the one hand, Yan Hao issued a mission in the Eternal Holy Land and sent a large number of Holy Land disciples to help him find out about the immortal souls. On the other hand, he himself also, instead of just sitting around practicing, he had other plans. Just when Yan Hao was about to leave, Yaoguang Immortal Peak received an unexpected visitor. Saint Tianxian? Yan Hao squinted his eyes at the Yaoguang Immortal Peak and looked at the fairy-like Tianxian saint in a gauze white dress in front of him. He was a little surprised. This saint once went to Walong Dojo with him and had a close relationship with him. However, the two of them had no friendship at all. He was a little surprised by his sudden arrival today. Have you seen the Holy Sun of Fluctuating Light? The Holy Sun has been cultivating quietly for several months, and his strength has improved again. The temperament of Saint Tianxian is very quiet, like a green lotus standing still. When she speaks now, her voice is clear and sweet, like the breeze blowing on her face, making people instinctively feel good about her. If the saint has something to do, just tell her. When Yan Hao heard this, he also smiled and spoke casually. Although the Tianxian saint in front of him seemed friendly and made people feel good about her, he didn't care about Tianxian saint. Being with the Eternal Holy Lord all the year round gave him a liking for beautiful women. Amazing immunity. He visits the Three Treasures Palace for nothing, and Yan Hao just wants to know the reason why this saint is here. The Holy Sun is really direct. Today, I came here to bring a piece of news for the Holy Sun. Seeing that he was puzzled by his amorous feelings, Saint Tianxian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Oh? Yan Hao said with some curiosity. Does the saint know the whereabouts of the immortal soul? He couldn't think of any news that Saint Tianxian could tell him. He could only blame it on this person who knew the news that he sent his disciples to search for immortal souls. Holy Sun, I am also in the realm of supernatural powers. Hearing Yan Hao's words, Saint Tianxuan's tone paused, her lips curled up, and she said resentfully. Yan Hao laughed when he heard this. 2. This saint is also in the realm of supernatural powers and can become a saint son and saint. She is not a monster. There is really news about the immortal soul. I have already found a way to get it. How could I tell myself? This news is somewhat interesting. The Holy Sun should know Shaoqing, right? Sage Tianxian has already seen that Yan Hao is completely confused about the style, so she simply said directly. Shaoqing? Yan Hao was stunned when he heard this, and immediately his face became strange. Of course he knew Shaoqing. This person was not the one who had his engagement broken off by the original Holy Sun Yaoguang, and then pointed at the nose of Holy Sun Yaoguang and said that he had been in Hedong for 3 decades. He has been his fiancée for 10 years in Heshi. In his memory, Shaoqing had been a close match with the family of Yaoguang Xingzi when he was a child. The two families had been married since they were young, and they had this marriage. Only, however, the Holy Son of Yaoguang was later taken to the Holy Land of Eternal Life by the Eternal Holy Lord, and he rose all the way to become the Holy Sun. However, Shaoqing's family gradually declined after the strongest prince-level warrior in the clan was killed by the enemy. Let Yan Hao say that the Saint Yaoguang who was taken away from him also had a bad mind. Shaoqing was also a stunning beauty, and her appearance was much higher than that of the Saint Tianxian in front of him. As a result, Saint Yaoguang the son actually disliked Shaoqing's poor talent and the family's decline. When Shaoqing came to ask for help from the Holy Son of Light, he not only broke off the engagement without mercy, but also humiliated Shaoqing with words. He directly forced her to. Shaoqing finally said that golden sentence that only the protagonist can say. When he first digested this memory, Yan Hao was stunned by the god-level operation of the Holy Son of Light. This is not because of a bad brain, what is it? Yan Hao, who is familiar with countless routines, has long made Shaoqing one of the protagonists. However, Yan Hao has not heard from Shaoqing for a long time. At this time, he heard the mention of Saint Tianxian and couldn't help but give birth to, interested. Shaoqing is now the saint of that holy land? he asked casually and matter-of-factly. When Saint Tianxian heard this, her beautiful eyes widened and she said with some surprise, "Did the Holy Sun also hear about it?" However, Shao Qinger did not choose to enter the Taiyin Holy Land in the end, but was accepted as a direct disciple by a living fossil. Yang Hao. Please tell me carefully. Yang Hao was helpless. He just talked casually. He didn't expect to make a close guess. He once again confirmed that the Shao Qinger whose engagement was broken off by him must be another existence with the fate of the protagonist. Referring to maybe she also has a ring, and there is an old grandpa or grandma in the ring. It's also very magical to say. A few days ago, a secret place appeared in Zhongzhou. But it was not a particularly powerful secret realm. Initially, it was rumored that it was just the cave of a prince-level practitioner. Therefore, it did not attract many strong people to go, only some practitioners who had not yet established a foundation went. Shao Qinger somehow happened to go to this secret place in Zhongzhou. Sage Tianxian said slowly. Her tone gradually became a little weird. I never thought that this secret place actually has another mystery. There is a blue strange fire in that secret realm, which can burn all things. It is a terrifying and unusual treasure. At that time, many practitioners who went to explore were burned to death by the cyan fire. But he didn't expect that this cyan strange fire would eventually recognize its owner. Hearing the words of Saint Tianxian, Yang Hao said helplessly, "The owner of that cyan strange fire should be Shao Qinger, right? But what happens next?" Yang Hao lamented that the protagonist had great luck. Such a magical cyan fire was obviously prepared for Shao Qinger. But he clearly remembered that the Saint Tianxian just now said that Shao Qinger was fought over by the Holy Land, and was eventually killed by a person. He accepted a living fossil as his apprentice. There must be a special connection between these two things. Good. Something magical just happened. This green strange fire has a great origin. It is said that when the master was recognized that day, blue sky fire enveloped the secret realm for 1,000,000 miles. Alarming countless powerful people. It turns out, that blue strange fire turned out to be an inheritance from a sage thousands of years ago. Being recognized by the blue alien fire is equivalent to receiving the inheritance of that sage. Yang Hao shook his head after hearing this. He is worthy of being the protagonist, and his luck is indeed incredible. He just got a rare treasure, but it has such a big background. However, if it caused such a big commotion, if it goes according to the normal plot, Shao Qinger would definitely be coerced by all the major forces. But obviously that was not the case. He looked at the Saint Tianxian and listened carefully to what was going on. This sage is not alone. On the contrary, she once did great favors to the two holy places of Taiyin and Taichu. On that day, powerful men came to the two holy places, vying to accept Shao Qinger as the saint of the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, that sage still has a close relative living in this world. This close relative is already a living fossil, extremely powerful, and is only one step away from being a sage. If she comes forward, even two holy places will have to give some face. In the end, Shao Qinger was accepted as a direct disciple by this living fossil. Such luck is really unbelievable. Saint Tianxian said with some disbelief. Even if she is a saint from the Holy Land of Eternal Life, she can't help but envy Shao Qinger's amazing luck. Yang Hao. If he remembers correctly. In his memory, the hatred in Shao Qinger's eyes when she looked at Holy Sun Yaoguang was extremely deep. He believed that if he followed the normal routine, had such an adventure, and had a living fossil teach him personally, it would not take long for Shao Qinger to improve crazily, surpassing the original Holy Sun of fluctuating light. I can't believe that in 3 years' time, I will personally set foot on the Holy Land of Eternal Life and blow the head off of the Holy Sun of Light. It's really a bit troublesome. Yang Hao shook his head, a little helpless. Shao Qinger has now followed the living fossil to practice, and he can't kill him in advance even if he wants to. If he really takes any action, it is very likely that the protagonist's fate will backfire, and he will have bad luck. The other party will also get many benefits. Obviously, the news brought by this Tianxian saint is not good news for him. The sun does not need to care. You are a genius with the appearance of an emperor. At this time, the words of Saint Tianxian came. She brought news about Shao Qing'er to Yan Hao. Obviously, she already knew about the relationship between the two. The saint was so praised. I've memorized the news. What else does the saint want to do when she comes here? Yan Hao rolled his eyes inwardly. He now had a headache when he heard the words, Ziji. He knew very well that Saint Tianxian told him the news about Shao Qing'er in order to show her goodwill to him. With his current display with his talent, there are many human beings like Tianxian Saint who want to get close to him. Seeing the words fall, Tianxian Saint is still standing tall. Yan Hao understands that the other party must have other purposes. Does the Holy Sun not want to see my concubine? Saint Tianxian glanced at Yan Hao, feeling a little complicated in her heart. With such a prominent status and stunning appearance, she was the center of attention wherever she went. She could feel that Yan Hao didn't care about her at all. Even inside and outside the words, it was clear that he meant to deal with himself. Hateful guy. If my ancestor hadn't asked me to be friends with you, I wouldn't be like this. Although Saint Tianxian was a little depressed in her heart, after seeing Yan Hao politely shaking his head, she still smiled slightly and said, Can the Holy Sun know the realm of all things? Of course I know. Yan Hao glanced at Saint Tianxian speechlessly. Of course he knew about the realm of all things. The cultivation system in this world has already been very complete. After a practitioner steps into the realm of magical powers, he needs to use his soul to ignite his magical powers. If he is alone, that's all. The realm of all things is a place prepared by major forces to hunt souls for practitioners in the realm of magical powers. Each major force will build its own realm of all things to cultivate and hone its own talented practitioners. Yan Hao not only knows, if Saint Tianxian had not come, it would have been impossible for him to be on his way to the all things realm in the holy land of eternal life. Looking at Yan Hao, who was speechless, Saint Tianxian smiled hoarsely and said, I said the wrong thing. It would be strange if the Holy Sun didn't know. I wonder if the Holy Sun plans to go. When Yan Hao heard this, he immediately understood what Saint Tianxian meant. What? Saint, do you want to go with me? This is not a good thing for you. Yan Hao's extremely confident words made Saint Tianxian helpless. She said, It doesn't matter, it all depends on the opportunity. I really want to be with the Holy Sun. It's just that it's not the realm of all things that goes to the Holy Land. It is the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty. Yan Hao blinked when he heard this, and asked with some confusion. Qingyang dynasty? Is there any mystery in the realm of all things there? Yan Hao knows the Qingyang dynasty. It is a big force under the Holy Land of eternal life. To many small forces, it is considered a behemoth. But in front of the Holy Land of eternal life, which is like a bright moon, it is just mediocre among the many stars. A strange one. When it comes to resources, the all things realm of Qingyang dynasty cannot be compared to the all things realm of eternal Holy Land. But Yan Hao is not stupid. He knows that the other party deliberately comes to show his kindness, so you won't be aimless. That's why you ask like this. The realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty is naturally incomparable to the one in my Holy Land. But the Holy Sun didn't know that the Qingyang dynasty's realm of all things was experiencing a strange phenomenon of a spiritual wave erupting. Under the outbreak of the spiritual tide, the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty will definitely have many spirits of all things evolving. Although the world of all things in my Holy Land is rich in resources and contains many living creatures, the truly valuable souls of all living things have long been collected. If you want to find an immortal soul, you need to spend a lot of time and energy, and you may not be able to find it yet. A god-level soul is basically impossible. However, the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty has just been baptized by the spiritual tide, and a large number of the spirits of all things have evolved. And because they have been baptized by a large amount of spiritual energy, the chance of birthing a soul will be greatly increased. If you are lucky, not to mention immortal-level souls, even creatures with god-level souls may be born. This matter is now a top secret in Qingyang dynasty. If the king of Qingyang dynasty is not the disciple of my ancestor, I would have no way of knowing. Because of this, I thought of the Holy Sun. I wonder if I would be interested in going to the Qingyang dynasty with me? Sage Tianxian said to Yang Hao. The spiritual tide broke out. Yang Hao became interested after hearing this. There is relevant information in his memory. The spiritual tide is a wonder in this world. Once it breaks out, a terrifying spiritual energy will descend on the world. All the creatures in this world are baptized by the spiritual tide, which is equivalent to a world-shaking opportunity. According to Yang Hao, this kind of spiritual tide miracle may not happen once in 1,000 years in the vast eastern region where the holy land of eternal life is located. Unexpectedly, the wonder of the spiritual tide broke out in the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty. His heart was indeed moved at this moment. The quantity and quality of the resources in the realm of all things in the holy land of eternal life must far exceed those of the Qingyang dynasty. But the soul is hard to find, isn't it? Just talking. Sometimes killing hundreds or even thousands of living creatures may not result in the birth of a soul. He was extremely bored before and was ready to try his luck. But now the holy lady Tianxian comes to visit in person. If you want to give yourself an opportunity, of course you have no reason to refuse it. I'm interested. Shall we leave now? Yang Hao's character has always been decisive. Now that he is interested, he immediately responded to Saint Tianxian. If the Holy Sun wants it, then of course he can. Seeing that Yang Hao finally set his sights on her, Saint Tianxian felt inexplicably satisfied at the moment, and immediately responded. 800,000 miles away from the holy land of eternal life, Qingyang dynasty, the entrance to the realm of all things. Alas, what's going on? It seems like something happened in Wanwang in the past few days and it was temporarily closed. A cultivator with tangled hair came to the entrance of the realm of all things, only to find that there were many strong men in armor guarding it. I heard that there have been some changes in the realm of all things, but I don't know exactly what happened. Another strong man cultivator shook his head and said, in the past, all you had to do to enter the realm of all things was to pay the Qingyang bronze medal to find opportunities. Now, even Qingyang gold medals are not allowed to enter. A token made of rare materials appeared out of thin air in his hand, which was the token of entering the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty. In order to obtain this Qingyang bronze medal, he spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to get it. Unfortunately, when he came here excitedly, he found that the realm of all things was temporarily closed. There is really no way. After all, it was the realm of all things created by the Qingyang dynasty. Others can only endure it no matter what they want. It looks like we only have to wait a few days. When the cultivator with hair like tangled hair heard this, he also looked helpless. He and the strong man cultivator who spoke were both in the realm of supernatural powers. In ordinary places, they would be strong and respected by others. But in Qingyang, in front of a behemoth like the dynasty, not to mention the realm of supernatural power, even a prince would have to bend his back. Just as they were looking helplessly at the heavily guarded entrance to the realm of all things, ready to leave in disappointment, they saw a commotion. In the eyes of the two practitioners, a young man wearing a black robe with dragon patterns and unruly eyebrows, surrounded by a crowd, walked into the entrance of the realm of all things without any hindrance. The general who was responsible for guarding the entrance only made a slight movement as he drove straight in. He raised his eyelids, ignored it, and directly let the young man and the others enter. Didn't it say that all realms are closed? How can anyone enter? Even the Qingyang bronze medal does not need to be paid. Seeing this scene, the practitioner with tangled hair turned red in the face, extremely angry, and was about to go up to argue. Brother, don't mess around! The strong man cultivator saw his actions and said quickly, that man is the third prince of the Qingyang dynasty. Not only does he have a noble status, but his talent is also a first-class monster. I heard that he may even have the opportunity to worship in the holy land of eternal life. With such an identity, of course one can enter the realm of all things whenever he wants and leave whenever he wants. The strong man's words made the cultivator tremble, and then he felt depressed. Although he was not angry in his heart, the world is so realistic and cruel. Not to mention the young man's royal status, he only has the qualifications to worship in the Holy Land. His demonic talent is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners like him. Just as the two of them were about to leave in despair, a man and a woman from a distance came through the air and headed directly towards the realm of all things. Two more ungrateful guys. Most likely they will be suppressed on the spot. If Xia Yuho, who was guarding this place, was in a bad mood, he might be killed on the spot. This time, it was the strong man cultivator who shook his head and said, "Going to the realm of all things in such a big way, even if the realm of all things is not closed now, it is a big taboo. It's a pity, that girl is pretty good looking." The cultivator with hairy hair also believed it when he heard this. Instead, he looked over with some schadenfreude, as if he had anticipated the fate of this reckless man and woman. However, something happened that made the two of them stare wide-eyed and extremely shocked. Even Xia Yuho, the third prince who entered the realm of all things before, just raised his eyelids. The moment a man and a woman appeared, his expression immediately changed, showing a flattering look, and he humbly bowed to the man and the woman. "What are the origins of these two people?" The cultivator with hair as thick as weeds stammered, looking into the distance in disbelief. A powerful man at the level of a feudal lord, facing this pair of men and women, actually bowed his knees and was as humble as dust. Look at Xia Yuho's appearance clearly meant he was honored. This really shattered his concept and subverted his cognition. The strong man cultivator on the side also turned pale and couldn't believe it. This pair came from far away. The man and woman who flew in were naturally Yang Hao and Saint Tianxian. With their identities, coming here was like gods coming to the world, and their status was more noble than the king of Qingyang dynasty. It would be fine if no one recognized them. What a coincidence that Xia Yuho, who is responsible for guarding the realm of all things, is a disciple of the Holy Land of Eternal Life. However, compared to the noble status of Yang Hao and Saint Tianxian, this Xia Yuho is in the Holy Land. At that time, he was just an ordinary outer disciple. "Son, Saint, the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty has undergone changes, and it may be more dangerous than the ordinary realm of all things. However, because of this, a powerful person has come to adjust the magic array of the realm of all things. With the help of special formation orders, the small ones can briefly enter the realm of all things. Once there is danger, please crush this mark immediately." Xia Yuho flatteringly put a mark in his hands and said with some excitement. He never thought that there would be a saint's son and a saint from the Holy Land coming here. He came to the Qingyang dynasty from the Holy Land and offended he married an inner disciple in the Holy Land. If he could hug the lap of Holy Son Yaoguang or Holy Lady Tianxian, he would have a chance to return to the Holy Land of Eternal Life. How could Xia Yuho not be so flattering? "No," the saint of Tianxian said as coldly as ice, and walked directly towards the entrance of the realm of all things. Yan Hao also chuckled. He knew that the realm of all things was a small world built by powerful beings using magic circles. In the realm of all things, the experts will try their best to put in all kinds of strange creatures, use the magic circle to suppress their strength, and let the magical monks hunt and hone themselves. This is the benefit of having power to rely on. How can ordinary casual cultivators have such rare opportunities? As for what Marquis Xiaoyu said, either Yang Hao nor Saint Tianxian paid much attention to it. Being able to be exiled to the feudal level of Qingyang dynasty, I am afraid that the foundation is riddled with holes. Such a useless feudal level, both Saint Tianxian and Yang Hao could easily crush them, so why did they need this person's protection? Seeing that Yang Hao and Saint Tianxian almost ignored his existence, and went straight into the territory of all things, Xia Yuho did not feel humiliated. On the contrary, he took it for granted. He was used to seeing aloof existences, and even felt that the attitude between Yang Hao and Saint Tianxian could be considered very friendly. What a strong aura! With almost no obstacles, he entered the realm of all things in the Qingyang dynasty. As soon as Fang entered, Saint Tianxuan's eyes flickered, revealing a look of surprise. Yang Hao also walked in at this time, squinting his eyes and looking in all directions. In front of him is a patch of green grass and blue sky. The distant sky is clear, like a fairyland on earth. What surprised Yang Hao the most was that the spiritual energy in this world is indeed extremely rich, even much richer than in the holy land of eternal life. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. These spiritual energies are just the aftermath of the spiritual tide receding. If it had always existed, this place could be called a treasure. Saint Tianxian sighed. Yang Hao nodded slightly, but from the rich spiritual energy that had not yet dissipated, one could know how terrifying the spiritual tide that had erupted in the realm of all things was. The two did not separate immediately, but stood side by side, walking. Saint Tianxian walked and said to Yang Hao, "Yao Guang, you haven't entered the realm of all things, right? Within the realm of all things have animism. Not only the monsters you encounter, but even a blade of grass or a piece of cloud can potentially extract the soul." As she spoke, she twirled her jade fingers slightly. Not far away, a pure white flawless flower with a faint aura swayed and appeared on the fingertips of Saint Tianxian. "Look!" When Saint Tianxian finished speaking, Yang Hao saw a stream of smoke drifting out from the pure white flower. As the smoke dissipated, the flower suddenly began to wither. Kindness? The extraction was actually successful. Under normal circumstances, extraction is not that easy. It would be great if an ordinary creature like this could successfully extract it once 100 times. After the spiritual tide broke out, it was indeed very easy for the creatures within these realms to extract their souls. The holy lady Tianxian watched with some surprise as the smoke gradually swirled and formed a ball of light on her fingertips. This ball of light was very familiar to Yang Hao. It was the divine soul. But compared to the divine soul he had obtained before, let alone God level, even immortal level souls are inferior by who knows how many levels. Ordinary soul. Yang Hao could tell at a glance the grade of the divine soul that Saint Tianxian extracted. Even though he had already touched and ignited the divine soul, Yang Hao still felt a little strange when he saw the divine soul appearing in front of his eyes. His eyes immediately wandered, and he was very surprised. Soon I found a spear standing in the distance, exuding evil aura. It should be a magic weapon thrown in casually by the powerful person who arranged all the world. Yang Hao's eyes wandered again, and he saw some weak monsters and spiritual objects growing randomly like the flowers that Saint Tianxian just extracted. The realm of all things is really magical. Astonished in his heart, Yang Hao also knew that it was time to separate. Both of them are in the realm of magical power, and their cultivation is free to roam in this realm of all things. Saint Tianxian brought him here to give him an opportunity. Harvest his friendship. If the two of them continue to walk together and encounter opportunities, either one will give in. Naturally, this will refute the original intention of Saint Tianxian. Holy Son, the two of us will act separately from now on. The effect of this spiritual tide can last at least 1 month. After a month, we will see who has gained more. Sure enough, before Yang Hao could speak, the voice of Saint Tianxian came. Yang Hao smiled and said, "That's fine." He didn't take the words of Saint Tianxian to heart. Just now, he had realized that the realm of all things was extremely beneficial to him. Saint Tianxian wanted to compete with him for the final harvest, but Yang Hao was worried that she would not give up in the end. Nothing is harvested.